got a real good feeling. This place is jumping off hard as it can get. No, we won't ever stop dancing on the edge. We like it dangerous, we like to see you spit. Turn up another notch, you ain't seen nothing yet. Let me tell you something, let me tell you something. Let me tell you something, let me tell you something. Right now, 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 right now. Oh, I got a real good feeling. Got a real good feeling. Like there is lightning deep in my bones. Yeah, I got a real good feeling. I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. Yeah, I got a real good feeling. Got a real good feeling. Like there is lightning deep in my bones. Yeah, I got a real good feeling. I won't hit no ceiling. I'm going higher than I've ever known. I got a real good feeling.
Well, hello, good morning, and welcome. This is the start of a brand new season here on the TWBC with the U17 World Waterski Championships under the auspices of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation, and being brought to you so far as our towboats are concerned for the very first time by the Response TXI courtesy of Malibu. And there you see our opening shot of this this beautiful facility that is located adjacent to San Jose in Argentina, San Jose in the province of Cordoba, which is the fifth largest province in terms of population and the second largest in total area. And beautiful facility which took the best part of a decade to fully construct. And when this place is lit up at night, it is a sight to see. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company once again as we see our opening shot there, courtesy of one of our TWBC crew members, that is Jason Scholl, alongside Vincent Stadabau with the ones and the twos, Kelvin Kelm with control over the slalom boat for the time being, and on the shoreline we will have the likes of Jeremy Scholl and Tommy Renosto. That is our crew, and this is our venue, and these are the championships that will be taking place today. Our schedule, which has been revised a little bit within the last 24 hours, will show us that we've got Boys Slalom Series 5 and Series 4 and Series 3. So 5-3 in Boys Slalom. Then we'll have Girls Series 4 Slalom. And then we'll go on immediately beyond that point into the jump event. And the jump event is going to feature the top talent all the way through to Series 1. So make sure you sit back, grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage, because we will throw down very, very soon here at the World Championships for the U17s right here in San Jose in Argentina in the province of Cordoba. There you see the first true look at our Malibu Response TXI, and the first time that this towboat has pulled an IWWF sanctioned world title event. And there you see the stats loaded and ready to go as it makes its way to starting dock to pick up our first competitor, who should be Thomas Toyos Sierra, opening up for the host nation of Argentina. There we see at the helm Mario Pagozzi. Seen him so many times before at the helm of a towboat in a world title event, and this time around no exception. right, so I'm Tony Lyford, glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. Some bright sunshine is expected here. Top 12 advance through to the finals in each of our events. No events with less than 12 competitors in. So we have a full slate of finalists when that comes around later on in this competition. And so let's have a look at that starting list for our first series, which is going to be Series 3, actually Series 5 in the boys slalom. Thomas Toyos. Then we go with Gabriel Arasamiena. Then we got Jace Townsend, Cristobal Chicana Mendoza of Peru, Ashton Lang, Asher Dixon from Canada, Matthew Baxter from Canada, and then Clemente Rojas from Chile. And to round off Series 5 in boys slalom, we'll have Diego Tajida Cavaro. Beautiful shot, beautiful sunrise over across the Sierras that separate us from the city of Cordoba proper. We are in the province of Cordoba, which is about 165,000 square kilometers in area. It is the fifth largest province in Argentina and comparable in size to a number of U.S. states. Florida being one of them. Florida itself is 170,000 square kilometers and only just pips the province of Cordoba in size. So that kind of gives you an idea of the area that we're in and how big it is. And this shining gem of a ski venue is getting ready to host the best of the best in terms of U17 water ski talent from around the world. And our first competitor will be from Argentina, and it'll be Thomas Toyos, and taken to the water. Sunrises don't get much better than that, do they? Above the mountains and crossing into the clouds. And the weather forecast over the next few days is called for a little bit of unsettled weather, which has necessitated a change in the starting list and series to take place on particular days. And which has also necessitated the need to go at 8 o'clock in the morning. We were anticipating going at 9 o'clock in the morning if the original pre-planned schedule was to hold, but 8 a.m. it is. And that gives us enough time to get the series 5, 4, and 3 in boys slalom, girls 4 slalom slotted in between that and the boys jump, which will take place as our final event of the day. Boys Series 3 jump in the elimination round. And yeah, we're definitely going to see some talent. We're going to see some generational talent. I mean, we got the likes of Brett Ellis and Dash Kruger on the list right the way at the very end, and they'll be hunted down by the likes of Ionis Kosathanos and Harley Costa towards the end of the list. So that will be the 9 skiers that we'll see in the boys 3 boys series 1 jump in. I beg your pardon. All right, so the boat making its way to the dock. And it's a brand new championships, U17 World Championships. We see the rather large Argentinian flag, and it'll be showing us where the wind is coming from, where it's blowing to. And an Argentine skier is about to set these championships off behind a brand new towboat for the World Championships under the auspices of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation. I actually had occasion to chat to one of the bigwigs over at Malibu Boats about their involvement within these championships, the challenges that they've faced in recent times, and where they started from that point and where they got to now. And you can find out a little bit more about that by tuning into the TWBC podcast, as we see Martin Coleman, our chief judge there, and also one of our point people here at Pato Zohar from Argentina. We're going to see a lot of him on site over the next few days. Of that, I have no doubt. But in this instance, he's just trying to give a few words of wisdom to our first competitor, Thomas Toyos of Argentina. Minimum starting speed for these competitors is 52 kilometers an hour. Flag getting a little bit caught at the opposite end of the lake. We'll try and get that fixed in short order. But in the meantime, a boat that's decked out in Argentine colors, with the two blue stripes and the one central white stripe in the middle, with a sun emblem there, easily recognizable to anyone that has tuned in to worldwide sports in the last few decades. That is the flag of Argentina, and they are the current FIFA World Cup men's soccer champions, and they'll be looking to defend that title come June of this summer. .52 K, 18.25 meters for Thomas Toyos of Argentina. All right, it didn't take long for our Spanish announcer to make his appearance felt, and with good reason, because the very first skier to take to the water at 52K is Thomas Toyos of Argentina. I'm sure he's going to try and take this as much in his stride as possible, but no doubt there is not an inconsiderable amount of pressure on his shoulders, being the first skier to take to water and representing the home nation at the same time. And as Mario Pragotti mashes the throttle down on that response TXI from Malibu, the very first pass towed by this brand new towboat for the world title event under the sanction of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation. This is Thomas Toyos at 50. Oh, trying not to overload himself there on number 4 and round number 5. And our very first pass of these U17 World Championships will be marked off under the name of Thomas Toyos from Argentina. First pass, and now he's going to ratchet up the boat speed up to 55 kilometers an hour. All right, so first pass under his belt. All right, so coming into the course at 55 kilometers an hour or 34 miles an hour. Rolling in rather slow in for his entrance gates into buoy number 1. Let's see if he can pick up the pace a little bit here and try and get a little earlier into each buoy at 55k. He's running a little bit late here, but he's managed to get through one pass in the first direction, and on the return towards the dock, I'm sure he'll get a big smattering of applause. He is an Argentine. He's one of the home skiers here, and he will get through 52 and now 55k to represent a continuation of his effort out there. The boat is now going to be jacked up to 58 kilometers an hour, and he's certainly going to need to pile on some pressure here in order to stay with the pass. A little exposed towards the boat and getting in towards the wake. A little on the back of the ski bouncing all over the show here, but managing to make an impact upon this second pass. Skiing a little bit tentatively out there, one would have to say, if an opinion were to be offered on his technique out there. But tentativeness is not going to help him out too much with the next pass, 58k. Let's see what he can do right here and now. Boat speed accelerating up to 58k. It is max speed. Let's see what he can do, and let's see if he can pile on a little bit of pressure. He's still worried about the speed that he carries into the buoy, but he is making some good tight turns here. That's his saving grace, and as he manages to get round number 4, round number 5, and he will go to 16 meters for the fourth pass coming right up, having run the third. So he's staying out there a little bit longer than many would have expected at this point, but he's certainly piling on the buoys out there, piling on the passes. And 16 meters is going to come up for him relatively soon as we have a look at this instant replay. Certainly knows how to tighten up the turns and stay within the run. So Thomas Toyos coming to us out of Argentina, and 16 meters is going to be the next run. Now, how far he gets is going to be determined more by the amount of pressure and an effort that he exerts behind the boat now, because that line is going to be a little bit shorter. Now, he's done well up to this point, skiing with the under the premise of more or less controlling his speed, but that is what's going to happen so far as he continues to pull narrow. Having said that, though, he's still there on 4 and 5, and how on earth he's able to get through this pass, I do not know. But at 4 passes later, and Thomas Toyos from Argentina still continues to rocket his way through those passes. Under the pressure and under the World Championship situation that continues to play out here, many would have written off his chances off pass number 2, but this is pass number 4, and tell you what, He managed to hold on to something brutal there off of buoy number 1 on the instant replay. A little flat there into number 3, but still managing to rock the hips up and able to keep some decent load from one side of the course to the next. And I tell you what, he's proven a lot of doubters wrong out there on the slalom course. 4 passes in, getting through 60 meters. Let's see if he can rocket his way through 14.25 meters. Pass number 5. I'm sure he's probably an extremely fit individual to be able to have enough cardiovascular energy here. 5 passes later, he's round number 1. He's still there on number 2, you know. He's there on number 3. Can he? Oh, and he's inside buoy number 4, but fair play to the guy. He's gotten round to 3. He's posted up a great score to start off these U17 World Waterski Championships here in Cordoba province in Argentina. And right there with a score of 3 at 14.25 meters, that is Thomas Toyos. Yeah, just trying to put a little bit more effort, a little bit more oomph into his gate shot in towards number 1. Managing to get wide enough to get round number 2 and coming up off the handle and a little bit short into number 3. And he was balancing on the fin there for much of that turn towards the wakes. And even has enough time to kind of berate himself there. But I tell you what, he should be proud of what he's done out there. That is Thomas Toyos with a 3 buoy count at 14.25 meters. Tried to ski square-footed there on that attempt on number 3. Tried to get as much as he could out of it, but there you go. That is a 3 buoy count. All right. For those of you that have just joined us, welcome to the Championship of the World. Yes, the Junior World Championships. We're just seeing Thomas Toyos, our first competitor out of 9 in the Series 5 Slalom. Coming in to the course. He'll get a ripple of applause, and rightly so. Our first competitor out and represent in the host nation of Argentina. Moving on from Argentina to a country that's situated not too far away in Latin America. It is Peru, and it is going to be Gabriel Arozamena. So our lead score is 3 at 14.25 meters. 3 at 14.25 meters to set the bar going forwards. It'll be 12 skiers making it through to the slalom final when all of our elimination round series have been complete. Nowhere near that stage quite yet with series 5 going on right now. So Gabriel Arozamena. Looking at dockside right now and seeing a few well-known individuals along that dockside area. Pato Zohar over there and Larry Gisler representing Peru.
Mientras terminan de chequear ahí algunos temitas para que todo quede en foco. Tomás, felicitaciones, campo total. ¿Qué sentiste? Una bestia, Tomás, hace 3 meses ingresado a una cancha de helado por primera vez y lo tenemos con un marcón en su primer mundial. Felicitaciones, Tomás Toya de Argentina.
Quick technical break going on right now to fix one or two anomalies in the boat, and want to try and get this situated now before we get too far into the proceedings. All right, so as we continue on, just to let you know who our officials are for this event. Our driver is Mario Pagozzi. Our tower judge is Marianne Pesson of Belgium, Bruce Coburn of Australia. Our boat judge is Perez Bernal. And our video judges consist of Dick Van Dijk and Julio de Valle. Yep. Not only this championship, medals and high honors being competed for, but also a chance for long lost friends to meet up with each other after quite a long off season. And I don't know how close Thomas Toyos got to his personal best, but certainly a decent score. He's happy, and we will see how the rest of this series plays out, and indeed the rest of the slalom event, because we have 3 series. We have nine skiers in Series 5, 8 skiers in Series 4, and 10 skiers in Series 3. Now we take 12 skiers through to the final round of the competition. So we're a little ways away from that. We are maybe a full day or so away from getting on to Boys Slalom Series 2. And generally how the series are structured out, at least based upon my experience in announcing for these World Championships over a number of years, is they tend to, if you have a 12 skier final, for example, there would be 10 skiers in Series 1, so it would allow for maybe 1 or 2 competitors to come in from an earlier series to make their impact upon the slalom final in that particular event. And to the best of my knowledge, looking through some of the other series, that would be the case here as well. Okay, so it's an absolute delight to welcome Malibu Boats into the fray. They are now the official towboat of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation. We're glad to have them on board in this the first ever World Championships that they've pulled or pulling. Also like to give a big shout out to the folks over at Masterline for providing us with the ever important tow ropes. They've brought in the regular black tow line that has been used for so many championships, so many competitions across so many years and decades, and it's supplemented by the 2.0 rope as well. So we have the black rope and we have the gray rope, courtesy of Masterline. And we thank those folks, and in particular Russell Gay and his crew, for providing us with the ever important tow lines. So wonderful to see the Malibu towboat, resplendent in Argentine colors, light blue and white. with the sun emblem there, a prominent feature of the Argentine flag, not only on that towboat but also down at the opposite end of the lake. This lake facility, the Ahumada Waterski Club, has taken the best part of a decade to construct and to realize, and they certainly didn't do anything by halves. Ivan Ahumada, the patriarch of the family here, that calls this beautiful part of the Cordoba province home. And not only did he construct this lake and facility over that amount of time, but he also equipped this facility with LED floodlights, and those LED floodlights allow for practice all the way into midnight and beyond. As a matter of fact, there have been instances over the last few days where a number of our skiers who would like to avoid, such as the weather, the bright sunshine, and the heat that is sometimes present here, they have the option to wait a few hours and ski at night. And there are very few places around the world that have that luxury. All right, so looks like our next skier is Gabriel Arozmena from Peru. 52 on 18.25 meters. No one taking the adventurous route yet of going in on a shorter line length. Although, to the best of my knowledge, and I may stand to be corrected on this, they can actually go sub-max speed on a short line. Gabriel Arozmena from Peru.
52 kilómetros por hora, primera pista para Gabriel.
Gabriel Arozmena. See the sun continuing to rise and poking its way between the clouds. Certainly a little bit more aggressive on his approach into number one. This is 18.25 meters. While it's certainly advisable to put some beef behind the boat, he has to be conscious of the amount of speed that he carries and the propensity of that ski to completely outrun the buoy and the turn and all of that kind of stuff on 18.25 meters. A lot of competitors coming into this championship have decided against going in on 18.25 meters. We'll see those skiers later on, but certainly one of the trickier aspects of skiing on this long line length is that while you have a little bit more room to spare, sometimes that room comes with a cost. And trying not to let one go down course is certainly advisable. 52K, 18.25 meters. That is good to go on pass number one. Pass number two coming up very, very soon. All right, that's GM Marine powered. Malibu Response TXI at 55K for Gabriel Arozmena. Getting a little bit deep here. Now he's going to really have to hustle here on 18.25 meters. Can he get around buoy number 6? Oh, that's a little bit disappointing. It's going to be 5 on 18.25 meters, 55K. which currently puts him in second spot right now after two competitors, with Thomas Toyos of Argentina still in the lead at this point with his brilliant score of halfway down, 14.25 meters. But let's have a look at Gabriel Rosmenia, trying to control his speed and therefore control the amount of space that he expends going down course, getting broken over at the waist into number two, and that set a whole kettle of fish rolling down the hill, and much of it not particularly controllable. Oh, narrow into number five, and by that time he'd kind of given up the ghost at that point. He got round five, and that was the score of 5 on 18.25 minutes 55K. That is Gabriel Rosmenia from Peru. Jace Townsend is our next competitor up. We're going to see him approach the course, and he's going to be one of our younger skiers. Not too sure how young he is, but I would probably certainly less than 15 years of age, as you can probably tell. This is Jace Townsend, 52K, setting himself up with Alpha 2 on the zero-off system. And almost got the impression that as soon as he got round number 4 that the ski needs to flatten out and go through the exit gates, but he was 2 buoys shy of that point, and we'll take a look at that turn in a moment. But every single one of our skiers at this stage has run the opening pass, and long may that continue as our Canadian fans are along the shore side. Jace Townsend, skiing for Canada, although he does possess a dual nationality, skiing not an inconsiderable amount in the United States, in Arizona, as a matter of fact. But representing Canada right here and now. There you see kind of flattened off number 4 into number 5, but Johnny on the spot there, managing to get that ski angled round enough to be able to get round buoy number 6. Counting off the buoys one at a time, and he gets round 6 and through the exit gates. So here comes Jace Townsend. $55K, 16 meters. All right, good stuff there. So actually it turned out, so that was at 55K 16, which it almost ran over that bird there on his way to pulling out towards the right-hand side to shorten the line. So one would surmise that where he is right now at 55K 60 meters, he actually started on 16 meters at 52K. So the first skier that we've seen that has actually gone into the course at sub-max speed and on a shorter line. And now Jace Townsend, having run through his opening 2 passes of 52 and 55, both on 16 meters, is now going to have the task of running that same line length shortening pass, but at 58K. All right then, folks, here we go. 58K, 16 meters. Let's see what he's got for us. Team skier for Team Canada. This is Jace Townsend. Entrance gates number 1. Looking good to get round buoy number 2. And number 3. He's halfway down course, 2/3 the way down off number 4. A little long into number 5, but he has enough. He gets round 6, and yes, look at him go. Fantastic skiing there, and gets round all 6 on 16 meters. Wonderful stuff, and is now within half a pass from tying the lead with Thomas Atoyos of Argentina. But let's have a look at him once again. A little flat there into his edge change into buoy number 1, but managing to hold off enough of the boat's pull to stay on it. Losing a bit of angle off number 2 on his approach to number 3, but he's working with bags of room to spare here. A longish pull into number 4, and once again losing some angle at the tail end of 4. But thankfully for him, he had enough stretch, enough room, and enough to call that pass 6 on 16 meters. And now the boat speed is at max. It will not move any quicker. The rope could, however, move shorter. Indeed it does. It goes from 16 to 14. And we'll see how things pan out here. 14.25 meters. So Jace Townsend, he's round number 1 and number 2, getting longish pull into number 3. He will take the lead, provided that ski gets round number 4, and that's going to be a judge's call. There you go. We'll take a look at that on the instant replay to see if he took the lead. At the very least, he got 3. But wonderful skiing there from one of our younger skiers in this competition in Boys Series 3. A possible new leader, that is Jace Townsend. Okay, so let's have a look at this instant replay. This will be the litmus test. This will kind of decide for us whether he got round enough buoys to take the lead. He's gotten round 1 and round number 2, and he will get round number 3. Little strung out into that turn round number 3, but losing his angle. Yeah, that ski got round number 4, and he got to the wakes more so he got round 4 buoys on 14.25 meters. And that is the lead score, current courtesy of Jace Townsend. So, moving on from Jace Townsend, we now move on to Cristobal Chicano Mendoza. 52K opening pass. $18.25 meters, a little flat into buoy number 1 here. We're just a little ways before halfway on this Boys Series 3 Slalom. And Cristobal Mendoza from Peru, fine job opening pass as Mario Pagozzi sets the boat down at the opposite end of the course. All right, as we move on to 55K, Cristobal Mendoza. Round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and indeed number 6. Neil moved to 58K, a little close to that right hand gate ball on the way out, though. But managing to keep his composure and able to get through that pass without too many problems. So 58K coming up next for Cristobal Mendoza of Peru. And Peru, certainly one of the highlight nations here in these championships and in Latin America generally. And they'll be hosting the U21 World Waterski Championships in January of next year. And that will be brought to you courtesy of TWBC. So as Cristobal gets through, we see our first shot there. Well, one of our first shots of Larry Giesler from representing Peru. Here we go, coming in, Cristobal Mendoza. 58K, now he's, getting in a little bit deep there. All right there, so that is 18.25 meters at 58K and getting in a little bit deep here on buoy number 1. Letting the ski go behind him and just not enough at the end of that turn to continue skiing. So that is going to be half a buoy at 18.25 meters, which currently at this time puts him in about 3rd place at this juncture. So 4 skiers down, and we've got 5 more to go in this series, and the next skier to take to the water will be Ashton Lang. So Ashton Lang is our next competitor to go, and he'll come to us from New Zealand, and there he is. So, towboat back at the starting dock and getting ready to bring in New Zealand's Ashton Lang into the course for his opening pass. All right, on that D3 slalom ski, that is Ashton Lang. 52, whoa, hello, good morning. 16 meters at 52K. Now, for someone who's only gone into 16 meters once in the last 2 seasons, this is going to be a little bit of an uphill battle there for him, but let's see what he can do on 16 meters at 52K. Maybe he's decided that the 18.25 meters just wasn't working for him. And getting through the opening pass, again a little bit buffeted forward into number 6, but Ashton Lang from New Zealand getting through the opening pass. He'll now pull out and get ready to up the boat speed from 52 to 55K. Now, should he get through this pass of 55K on 60 meters, that will give him a buoy total equivalent to a 6 buoy count at 58K on 18.25 meters. So not looking bad at all. Ashton Lang from New Zealand, getting a little bit buffeted from one side to the other, losing a little bit of time down course off number 5, but he had enough to work with. So nothing too stressful as far as Ashton Lang is concerned, and I'm sure that there are a few folks from New Zealand along the shoreline, and indeed some of you folks that are tuning in to this live webcast. Welcome you are. Ashton Lang, 16 meters at 55K, a little bit down course off number 1, but he's still able to rocket this pass. 16 meters is certainly a more manageable pass at this stage for this level of skier, but sometimes even 16 meters, the line is a little bit on the longish side. And now getting ready for 58K, 16 meters for the next pass. And with that pass of 6 buoys on 16 meters at 55K, that gives him a buoy count that is equivalent to doing that same pass at 58K on 18.25 meters. But it is what it is. It is 16 meters, it is 55, and it is a 6 buoy count. And looking pretty good out there, it does have to be said. Now, his best score last season, going down the list of scores that he produced, was a 5 buoy count at 58K, 18.25 meters. That was in the Northland, Auckland regionals of 2025. And that was in the early part of 2025. Here we go, folks. This is Ashton Lang from New Zealand. 58K, 16 meters, rolling on the back of the ski, getting a good extension around buoy number 1, but a little bit buffeted off that turn, letting the boat get the better of him in a little bit around buoy number 4. He's round number 5. Come on, Ashton, get in there. There you go. It is a 6 buoy count, and I think that may be one of the few times, or maybe even the first time, that he's gotten through 16 meters, at least at max speed. So this pass of 14.25 meters is going to be next at 58K, and this might actually be the first time that he's attempted that run. So Ashton Lang in a position where he could strike for the lead on the strength of running 6 buoys on 16 meters. A little bit tentative with the extension going into his 135 side, but able to control enough tension in the line and still stay upright here and get round 5 and indeed number 6. That was 58K on 16 meters. To the best of my knowledge, and according to the stats that I have here in front of me, that is the first time that he's ever run 16 meters. So this is personal best territory here at the U17 World Championships for Ashton Lang. Now, let's see what kind of start that he gets. He's good to go around buoy number 1. Looking to go around number 2. Can he make a play on number 3? Oh, no, and he goes inside number 3. He gets 2. That currently puts him in the top 3 right now. So New Zealand's Ashton Lang, first time he's seen 14.25 meters in a tournament setting, and certainly the first time that he's seen it in this particular tournament setting, the Championships of the World in the U17. So Ashton Lang, I think he's going to be a happy camper as he skis into the shore. Well done to him. So great skiing there into the personal best range, and that's what we like to see. The skiers coming into these championships and showing us the very best of their skills out there on the water. Kind of barrels in a little bit on number 2, already on the back of the ski and getting down course off number 1. And I think that's going to be a 2 buoy count. Yep, it is 2. I got confirmation on my headset that it is a 2 buoy count on 14.25 meters. So we're done with the first 5 skiers. We've got 4 more to go to round off the the remainder for 9 total competitors in the Slalom Series 5 in boys. Asher Dixon from Canada is going to be next, and even on this shot, he create a large figure coming out of the water, and 55.18 coming in, 55K, 18.25 meters. Nicely done. 55.18. Now, from that kind of start of 55.18, the next logical step for him will be to go to 58K and still stay on 18.25 meters. Elected not to go in on 16. All right, here we go. Asher Dixon of Canada. 18.25 meters. 58K now. Oh, and there we go. And on 15 off for those of you folks in the US trying to get a handle on the line length. That is 15 off. That's 58K, and now the line gets shorter from 15 off to 22, or otherwise known as 16 meters for the rest of the world that uses the metric system. Little flat-footed into number 1, but he actually uses that to his advantage because he is probably the tallest competitor that we've seen out of the initial few skiers in this series 5 in boys slalom. Certainly allows him to get a lot more swing and able to tighten up the end of the turn and do it efficiently. Having said that, he kind of bulked up a little bit into number 6, but he had enough in hand to make that pass a reality. So Asher Dixon, not an individual skier from Canada. We'll see the first of those in the form of Matthew Baxter in just a moment or so. But this is Asher Dixon on 16 meters, and looking at ease there into his 1:35. Look at this. And getting the job done. So the next pass that he will see now is 14.25 meters, and that is where the lead score is currently residing right now, in the form of 4 buoys on 14.25 meters, courtesy of his compatriot, Jace Townsend. Oh, getting in a little bit deep here on some of these turns, but not too much to worry though, and he's able to control it. So, Asher Dixon, now 14.25 meters. Anything more than 4 at this point is going to give him the lead. I'm sure that in the fullness of time, a score of into 14.25 meters probably isn't going to do much so far as making it through to the next round, the final. But let's see what Asher did. Oh, getting broken over off number 3. Oh, my word. I'm not too sure how much of that number 4 that he got or whether he made it on the outside. But Asher not looking too bad there, at least for the first couple of buoys. And then he just tried to crank it down and do too much. But let's have a look at this. Gets a good, solid entrance into buoy number 1. And if he just maintained that posture off number 1 into number 2, that might have actually have helped him out. But he took too much of a chunk there. And I think he got enough of that number 4 to give him 3.5, at least from my perspective anyway. It is 3.5. 3.5 has been confirmed, and that still means that Jace Townsend, after 6 skiers, is still in the lead with 4 on 14.25 meters. Asher Dixon, another Canadian, is just settling in behind him with 3.5, and we have another Canadian. Although not a team skier, he will certainly be cheered on by the folks that wave the maple leaf flag. And coming in at 55K, 18.25 meters, this is going to be Matthew Baxter. All right, here we go. There we go. That is our skier on the water, Matthew Baxter. All right, as we continue to roll along and seeing Matthew Baxter with 55K on 16 meters, he'll move on up to 58K on the same line length. Currently on a similar buoy count that would come to him if he'd had gone through 58K, 18.25 meters. But now we'll be attempting that same boat speed of 58, but on a shorter line length. The same line length that he opened up with. All right, getting a few messages through on our live chat, and you can go to our live chat so long as you are subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel. So here we go. This is Matthew Baxter, and this is 16 meters. 16 meters at 58K. 1, 2, 3, 4, and oh my, that is smoother than a well-buttered banister. And it not only, and Freddie Winter doesn't lay claim to that. But I tell you what, Matthew Baxter looking in good shape so far off the opening 2 passes. And now, because he has run 60 meters at 58K, he will go on to 14.25 meters as early as pass number 3. Our previous skiers that have made it into 14.25 meters have done it only as early as pass number 4. But Matthew Baxter looking good and looking strong and looking, dare I say, quite smooth. All right then, pass number 3, 14.25 meters. This is Matthew Baxter from Canada. entrant. 14.25 meters now. He opened up with 55, came back at 58 on 16 now. This is 14.25 meters. And looking good, looking strong here. 30 meters comes up next for him. So looking good and looking strong here with his passes. He opened up with 55K, 18.25 meters. He ran 58K on that same line length. Coming back, so that pass that you just watched there was on 16 meters. My apologies for that, but it therefore means that we still have a similar situation to where we had for a few skiers and a few skiers ago from the likes of Jace Townsend and Asher Dixon, both of them getting into 14.25 meters alongside Thomas Toyos of Argentina. Both of them getting into 40.25 meters at this stage with pass number 4. Oh, look at that. Almost overturns number 1, and he almost surprised himself a little bit into number 2, but managing to get round number 4, and he's all over the place by that point. So he gets 4. He gets 4 on 14.25 meters. That puts him in a dead heat with another Canadian skier. That is Jace Townsend. It is going to be 4 on 14.25 meters. And look at the amount of angle that he held on to on buoy number 1. He had got a little bit discombobulated from that point. And then he tried to do a similar thing around number 3, and it wasn't going to carry for him. So it is going to be a 4 buoy count on 14.25 meters. That gives him a share of the lead with Jace Thompson, Jace Townsend from Canada. And just took a little bit of a break so y'all that are watching and listening in can revel in the rallying cry that is the Chilean team. The Chilean team. 55-16 because they have a Chilean skier on the water, Clemente Rojas. .25 meters. At 55K, I believe. We'll get confirmation of that in a moment. All right, so working his way through the pass here now. For those of you eagle-eyed viewers out there right now, having seen the imagery from the boat, and even from this angle, it looked like the rope may have had a knot in it, which can pose 1 or 2 problems going down the line, literally. Now, I think if they've only just discovered the knot in the rope and this is the skier, then the officials in this instance could potentially offer him a re-ride on pass number 1. But because he ran pass number 1 and no harm, no foul, we'll continue on with the next line length and speed. And in this instance, it should be 58K on 18.25 meters. So he opened up, I believe, or at least according to our live scoring, with 55.16 meters, which would equate to the same scoring matrix as 58.18.25 meters. But in this instance, coming back now, it's going to be 16 meters at 58K. Max boat speed, shorter line length. The shorter line length is the exact same as it was on pass number 1. The boat speed is the element that changes now. Looks like we got a little bit of a technical situation playing out at the opposite end of the lake, and with their communication with the judges' tower, we'll see if we can give you any more information that we're able to ascertain ourselves. I don't know what the discussion is. I think the discussion is still pertains to the knot in the rope now. So far as where I'm sitting in this instance, the ruling should be fairly clear cut. I mean, if he wants to go on to the next pass, he can do, because he ran the opening pass with no harm, no foul. Getting round 1, 2, 3, 4, and this should be number 5. 60 meters, 58K, no worries there at all. And that is going to be Clemente Roja from Chile. No doubt he'll be getting a 1 or 2 pointers from the legendary coach and skier that is Totti Miranda. Just trying to hold that handle down and just trying to stay stable in and not overextending himself on 16 meters. Similar to 18.25 meters, where you can overshoot the buoys a little bit if you try to overwork the turns, as exhibited there off number 3 into 4. But now, should that second pass indeed be 16 meters at 58K? Okay, so I believe this is 14.25 meters. We'll get confirmation of that in just a moment. Yeah, it is 14.25 meters. It is 58K. He's attempting this 14.25 meters from the opposite end of the lake from our current leaders who hold that score, and they will continue to be a part of a three-way tie for first place, with 4 buoys at 14.25 meters. They were wishing it was 10.25 meters, that much I can tell you, but 14.25 meters it is. A multiple weight tie between himself, Clemente Roja, alongside Matthew Baxter and Jace Townsend, all of them occupying the lead spot with 4 buoys at 14.25 meters. Now, our last skier to go representing Peru. Last skier to go in Series 5. And skier number 9, Diego Tajida from Peru. right, working his way back towards the dock. 4 buoys, 14.25 meters for Clemente Roja. All right, so let's see if our final skier to go in this series has enough in him to maybe get through 14.25 meters and set the standard going forward for the next 2 series of slalomers. Diego Tajida from Peru. 55.18 is going to be his speed and line length. So electing to go the long route in terms of line length. Oh, a sharp turn in there for buoy number 1, but managing to hold the speed and hold his direction, hold his technique even more so. Getting round 4 and 5. And he'll now move on up to 58K, 18.25 meters for the next run. It is from Peru, Diego Tajida. Looking good and looking in good shape there. Well extended into number 1, which isn't the easiest thing to do on 18.25 meters, controlling your speed and controlling how much you carry going down course off the turns, because what's even harder than doing what you're seeing him do here is to backside the turns and to try and get the majority of the turn done before you level with the buoy. So now it's 18.25 meters. 18.25 meters at 58K as we see our first look at Cristobal Miranda. Entrance number 1, still a little bit down course, but here we go. 18.25 meters at 58K, a little flat footing into number 4, but that actually helps him out. It helps him to control the speed and momentum as he now gets ready for the next pass. That next pass is going to be 16 meters, 58K. So looking at that once again, seemed to be very much under control. Diego Tajida from Peru at 58K. That bit doesn't change. The line length, that changes. 18.25 meters to 16 meters. So let's have a look and see what Diego has in store for us. A little on the back foot, but I tell you what, he did get some good rotation off that turn into buoy number 1. Managing to hold it together there around number 2 and indeed number 3. Looking and go round number 4. He's good to go round number 5, and on 16 meters at 58K, he is all over that pass. looking in very, very good shape there. Good, aggressive posture here, and allowing for the ski to fully rotate around. Now, at this point, having run this pass of 6 buoys on 60 meters at 58, he is our last skier of 9 in the Series 5 Slalom elimination round in the boys' competition. At this juncture, he has a chance of maybe taking the lead, carrying a lead into the next series, Series 4, which will feature 8 competitors, starting off with Cristobal Miranda. And we'll see how things play out from here. And there is Cristobal Miranda, along with his father, Toti Miranda. All right, let's get ready to rock the roost. 4 buoys is the current lead on this pass, on this line length, at this speed. Diego Tajida from Peru gets round number 1. A little flat round number 2, but he can still make this. He's good to go round number 4. He gets round number 4. I'm not even too sure whether he makes it to the wakes or not. I think it's going to be 3.5 as a result. But he certainly gave it his best shot, and currently puts him into a 2-way tie with 4th place with 3.5. Ooh. Getting a little bit pitted there. All right, let's have a look and see if he managed to get enough of forward to actually score the full 4. But overpulled a little bit into number 2 and just couldn't get the ski hard enough round to backside that turn. And because he carried so much more momentum that he was not accustomed to, he managed to get round number 4. But unfortunately, he let himself go down course a little bit too much and has to make do with 3.5. And that will conclude the Series 5 Slalom elimination round. And as such, we're going to take a look at the leaderboard, but that will consist of some skiers tied for the lead at this juncture, as we see Diego Tajida getting round number 3 and round number 4. But unfortunately, so Diego Tajida getting through and getting 3.5, and he is currently in a 2-way tie for 4th with Asher Dixon. But there you see our 3-way tie for the lead with Jace Townsend, Matthew Baxter, and Clemente Rojas, all of them with 4 on 14.25 meters. That is the lead score. That is the target, at least for our next few skiers. Our next 18 skiers, 8 in Series 4. 10 in Series 3, all that to come. And there is your running order. We're in the midst of changing out drivers and officials, and in the meantime, let me tell you that Cristobal Miranda is going to be our lead-off skier in Series 4. And we're going to take a and looks like our boat driver is keen to get a move on. No up and down, no simulation pass, but plenty of cheering and plenty of support for Cristobal Miranda, who is about to take to the water right now. Opening pass, I believe, is going to be 16 meters at 58K. Indeed it is. There is Glenn Martin. Change of driver. He's ready to go. Rolls the ski in, entrance gates round buoy number 1, Cristobal Miranda. I believe this is his 2nd appearance in the Junior World Championships. He was a feature of the Chilean team the last time the Junior World Championships took place, which was the Lakes of Casting Stone in Calgary, Canada. We are here in Argentina at Ahumada Waterski Club for the very first time, our very, very first broadcast of an elite level water ski event right here in Argentina. So looking good here with the opening pass. Not what you would call tall, but he certainly has plenty of technique and certainly has plenty of guidance going forward from the likes of Totti Miranda and indeed his uncle Felipe Miranda and a whole bunch of others that call their training site in Santiago de Chile home, the Lago Los Moros, the home of the Miranda Waterski School. Here we go, Cristobal Miranda. 16 meters at 58K. Look at this, just styling and profiling out there. Nicely done. 6 buoys, 16 meters. So he started at 18, got through that, came back at 16, got through that as well at max speed, 58K, and will now attempt 14.25 meters and has his eyes set on establishing a new lead total, or maybe has greater aspirations going forward. He's not only a skier in slalom, but he features highly in the tricks event and is unsurprisingly a better than average jumper. Imagine this skier whenever he gets a growth spurt. All right then, folks, up and at 'em, 14.25 meters, 58K. This now is Cristobal Miranda. Rolls the ski into that edge change, 14.25 meters. Anything more than 4 will give him the lead at this stage of the competition. There's number 3. There's number 4, but he still has plenty in store there for number 5. Can he get round number 5? And our first time that we've seen a 14.25 meter cleared in this competition. That is Cristobal Miranda. Skiing all the way towards the enlarged Argentine flag at the opposite end of this beautiful lake facility here that is the Ahumada Waterski Club. The first time that they've held a world titled event. Not the first time they've ever held a tournament. They've done plenty of that with the Latin American Championships, one of the events that they've held in recent times. And I'm sure that Cristobal Miranda would have availed himself of the opportunity to ski in those championships to represent Chile once again. Cristobal Miranda taking a little bit of a hit there on number 5 and managing to get round number 6, and good solid effort. And it is an effort that allows for him to take the lead at this time. Cristobal Miranda. Here we go, folks. This now is Cristobal Miranda. Round 1, round number 2. This is 13 meters and kind of ruined the start a little bit there. Gets round number 1 and round number 2. Not much more beyond that. But he is our new leader. So, coming into the dock there, representing Chile, Cristobal Miranda. And seemingly a little bit disappointed there for that effort of 2 on 13 meters, but I'm sure that he's a skier that demands quite a lot of himself. Or maybe he has designs on maybe placing high enough in the overall competition, which would necessitate him to score highly on each of the 3 events. Slalom being the first of them in his overall package for this tournament. Cristobal Miranda. It is 13 meters, and it is the new lead, however. Jorge Silberstein from Chile is next. Okay, coming in at 55K, 16 meters. Entrance, number 1. Looking good, looking strong here. 55K, 16. Seeing the lead being laid down by his compatriot, Cristobal Miranda. Needing to get round all 6 buoys on 16 at 55. And now we'll be returning to the course for the next run, which is going to be 58K, 16 meters. All right, not looking bad here with the opening pass. 55K, 16 meters, affording him the opportunity to go up to 58K whilst maintaining the same line length. Cristobal Miranda, they see him at the top of the pile, ahead of a multiple-way tie for second place between Townsend, Baxter, and Roja. Entrance, round buoy number 1 on 16 meters, 58K. Look at him go. There's 1, 2, 3. It's in pretty decent shape here. Not overexerting himself and managing to control his speed and his direction. Looking strong for the most part and getting through the opening 2 passes of 16 meters, 55 and 58. He'll now put a crosshair on 14.25 minutes to come up very soon. But in the meantime, just take a look at this instant replay. Just trying to ski with a good measure of control, not too much with propulsion and with momentum on a lot of these turns and a lot of their approaches into those turns. Just trying to hold just enough to not adversely affect his balance or his ability to stay upright on that run. All right then, folks, here we go. Jorge Silberstein. A reminder that 12 skiers advance through to the final round out of all of our series. So it's early doors yet before we could start determining who's done enough to make it through to the 12 skier final, which will take place during the course of this weekend here at the Ahumada Waterski School as part of the U17 World Waterski Championships, being pulled by the Malibu Response TXI for the first time in an IWWF World titled event. Nice little orbital shot there from Jason Scholl. Got a great camera crew here, and we've got Vincent Stadelbauer with the 1s and the 2s. We've got the aforementioned Jason Shaw along with Jeremy Shaw operating the cameras, 1 in the sky, 1 on the tower. We've got Kelvin Kelm, who's operating the camera remotely from outside of the boat. And we've also got Tommy Renosto, who is holding it down with the camera shots adjacent to the dock. And they're all working as a team here on TWBC and producing the imagery that you see right here. All right then, folks, we now move on to the next pass, and this is going to be 13 meters. There's one. There's two. If he can get a piece of three, he'll take the lead. There's number three. He's still there, you know. He's round number four. Oh, and he just loses his balance and composure into number four. Gets 3.5. 3.5 there on 13 meters. So the opening two competitors in this new series of Series 4 have both done enough to supersede the lead score of 4 before this series begun, and each has scored into 30 meters. In Jorge Silberstein's case, it's 3.5, and he is the outright leader right now with 6 more skiers to go. So, our next skier to go, and an independent wildcard skier from Canada, is going to be next. Ethan Kuntz. A nice Germanic name. Ethan Kuntz. All right then, folks, motoring along, 58K, 16 meters for our individual skier from Canada. Not too sure where within Canada he's from, but we's welcome here all the same. This is Ethan Kuntz. Let's see if he can exhibit a little bit more artistry on the slalom course than what we've been seeing out of him, at least for the... Oh, no! Oh, my word, he's gone down, and he's gone down in a heap! And I don't know whether he's okay or not. He's moving around, and he's not moving around too quickly, so that towboat would best be advised to get over there quickly to at least check on him from a medical point of view. Ethan Kuntz from Canada just getting a little bit broken forward off number 3 into number 4, and barely getting the ski outside number 4. I believe that was number 3, as a matter of fact. That was number 4. My bad. Gets round number 5. Now, this is where it started to go downhill in a hurry. Bam! Across the second wake, letting the pole go towards the boat, and was lucky not to have been hurt any more than he would have initially showed with his swimming round buoy number 6. Unfortunately, unable to make much of an inroads on pass number 1. So it's either going to be 5 or 5.5, but a disappointing run, unfortunately, there for Ethan Kuntz. Just not really getting into that much of a rhythm here. Oh no, that binding, no, that released. And I would surmise to say that for a good portion of that run, he was barely holding that ski on his foot there for a good few of those buoys. So he might not have been terribly comfortable with where he was so far as his boot on the ski. But unfortunately, no matter which way you cut it, Ethan Kuntz, a little bit of a disappointing run there for him, and we certainly wish him the best of luck going forwards, but unfortunately, it would not be here. All right then, so next competitor coming into the course, 55K, 16 meters, This is Charlie Fern from Great Britain.
For Charlie Fern.
55K, 60 meters. So, first pass 55, 16 meters. He'll now go to 58K, 16 meters. And Charlie Fern coming to us from Great Britain. Obviously, coming from Great Britain, their ski season has yet to start. Here we are in the 1st of April, 2026. And his previous scores, let's have a look at them, shall we? He's got 1.5 on 30 meters in one of the tournaments at Gosfield Lake. Big shout out to the Terp family who are watching. And indeed, Benjamin Terp, who is actually on site here, who is the head coach of the Great Britain Waterski team. And I'm sure that he's watching intently going forwards and seeing what Charlie Fern had in store on pass number 1. So that was 55, 16 meters. Looking at some of the other scores that he produced, a 1 buoy at 13 meters at the Hazelwoods tournament that took place in May of last year. So let's have a look. This now is 58K, 16 meters. Looking to try and throw the hammer down here, but he's leaving himself an awful lot to do on the backside of these turns, and especially number 5 into number 6, managing to slice and dice his way through. It is a 6 buoy count. It is Charlie Fern, and it is now allows him to advance to 14.25 meters at 58K. Charlie Fern of Great Britain. So Charlie Fern. All right, Charlie Fern getting some support and some encouragement from his compatriots along the shore side. Let's see what he's got. This is 14.25 meters at 58K. Should Charlie Fern get more than 3 here, or actually more than 4, he would be on the top 3 as it stands right now, and there he is. He's a skier that's in the top 3 and looking in high aspirations. Oh no! And he gets round buoy number 6. I don't know if he actually made it round buoy number 6, but he just wasn't able to control the line or his direction to the effect where he would have gotten round all 6 buoys and through the exit gates to continue on to 32 off or 13 meters. Getting a little bit broken over a little bit on 1 or 2 of these turns, and that kind of delays his acceleration across the back of the boat and prior to making the turns, especially here on 5. The ski was on the inside of buoy number 6. Now, the ski managed to get round number 6, but he just couldn't take the pull and progress through. Didn't quite have the arms of Jonathan Travers in this instance, no matter how hard he wished that he had. But it is going to be 5 and 5.5. But it is enough to put him in the top 3. Just behind Jorge Silberstein, who's currently in first right now. Cristobal Miranda in second with 2 on 13 meters. And Charlie Fern currently in third place right now with his score of 5.5. All right, a view of that resplendent Malibu towboat with the Argentine colors. Big ups there to Malibu for stepping up and becoming the IWWF, I should say, official towboat partner. Okay, next competitor up from Chile, Diego Noguera. All right, 58K, 16 meters. So he is, he's going after it right from the get-go. 58K, 16 meters for our next competitor, Diego Noguera. Very methodic with his style and his approach there into buoy number 1. Looking good, looking strong, and looking to run 6 buoys through the exit gate. Nicely done. Series 4, slalom elimination round in the boys' slalom competition here at the U17 Championship of the World. Our first event, boys slalom. This is our Series 4, we've already done through Series 5. Sully Binnick's. Okay, so our skier out in the water who skied in at 58K, 16 meters, will now have the opportunity to go in on a shorter line length of 14.25 meters, with the line length being 14.25 meters, with the boat speed being at 58K. So coming in now, 14.25 meters. Rolls the ski in. Great edge change there. A little flat-footed, but he seems to make it work. Little on the tail of the ski. Rocking that D-free slalom ski to great effect here. He gets round 4, 5, and number 6. Good effort there as he now is successful through 14.25 meters. That being the case, he's now vaulted himself up to 3rd place and becomes our 3rd skier to get into 13 meters or 32 off the standard 75-foot line. So with a line length that's 47 feet right here. For those of you outside of the United States that are still trying to come to terms with the metric system, this was a 28 off pass, 47 feet of line, all said and told. And making very light work of it, I do have to say. So, folks, let's continue on, shall we? For 32 off, or 13 meters. Anything more than 3.5 at this juncture will give him the lead. Let's see what he's got. Coming to us from the dockside end, he's round number 1. Looking good. He's round number 4. He's taken the lead at this point. And he's round number 5. And let's go! 6 buoy counts on 13 meters. The first time we've seen someone get through 13 meters at this stage of the competition. He has taken the lead. And our Chilean skier, Diego Noguera, is going to be making his way to 35 off or 12 meters. So great skiing there for Diego Nogueira. In fine form, in fine fettle here, no two ways about that. Just holding it together, good stance, plenty of room, plenty of width, and plenty of buoys. It's 6 buoys at 32 off 30 meters for Diego Nogueira. Now safe in the knowledge that he's taking the lead. Now he can start to really crank up the pressure, because depending on how the other competitors do in the remainder of this series and the next one, and about 10 skiers into series 2, there might be a chance for Diego Nogueira here to maybe make his way through to the next round. But that might have suffered a little bit of a hit there, because despite the fact that he scored 2 buoys on 12 meters, history has shown that a score of that magnitude may not be enough to progress through to the finals. Any which way, his 2 buoys on 12 meters for Diego Nogueira is good enough to take the lead, and we will see what happens in the fullness of time. So, Diego Nogueira, decent number 1, but just trying to hold off the pole as much as he can, and unfortunately unable to get much of anything going off number 2 to affect a score halfway down the course. But like I said, it's 2 buoys on 12 meters. It's our first skier into 12 meters, and therefore he has what is generally referred to in sports as the lead. Okay, coming in at 60 meters at 58K, he comes to us from Germany. This is Lars Kuhner. $16 meters, 58K. I'm sure that he has folks across Germany watching in on this webcast. If you are indeed one of those folks, be sure to leave a message or two. If you go to the TWBC YouTube channel, it's incredibly easy to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. Just go there. You can use the YouTube app. You can use the web presence, youtube.com, and just type in TWBC at the search bar, and it takes you right there, and then you can subscribe. You can hit the bell icon to be informed as the next time we go to another event, which in 2 weeks' time is going to be the Swiss Pro Tricks. So good skiing there from Lars Kuhner. And as I mentioned, he's got some friends watching, no doubt, and he also got some folks watching in from northern Italy, from Lombardy, specifically Jolly Ski over in San Gervasio, San Gervasio Bresciano. Unfortunately, they'll be missing an event this season, but hopefully they'll get back on track the season after, as we see Lars Kuhner taking full advantage of the situation that's presented itself. 16 and now 14, and now he'll have a crack on 13 meters. Now we're starting to pump it up. Yes. All right there. So Lars Kuhner getting through the opening 2 passes of 16 and 14, now getting ready for 13 meters. Yeah, getting some messages through, and one in particular coming to us from a previous medal winner at the Junior World Championship level. It's Maisa Jakobsen. Thank you very much for tuning in. Look forward to seeing you a little bit later on this summer season, and indeed at maybe at a World Championships, whether it's the U21 Worlds in Peru in January, or indeed the World Open Championships, which will take place in Australia in the early part of next year as well. But here we are at the Championships of the World for the U17s, being proudly pulled for the very first time ever by the Malibu Boats Response TXI. Behind that boat, and 13 meters, a little bit behind, is Lars Kuhne on 13 meters. He's waving that handle like nobody's business. He gets round 4 and to the wakes, and he should get enough for 4 buoys there. That is Lars Kuhne from Germany, and 4 on 13 meters should be good enough right now to put him in the top 3. The score is under review. He took a very, very tight approach into number 4, so we're double checking to see whether he actually made it round before he put that ski towards the wake to score it fully. Here's Lars Kuhne. Now we should see an adequate view here, which would show us whether he got round 3 or 4. Yes, definitely inside number 4. No two ways about that. So it is going to be a 3. So 3 buoys, 13 meters. That will actually put him in the 3rd spot right now, behind Jorge Silberstein of Chile. So great skiing so far that we've seen. We're now working our way to our final 2 competitors in this series. We'll see Samuel Maxwell in the next few minutes, but before him, David Galindo from Colombia. A few of our folks from the Canadian contingent there on site. David Galindo from Colombia. We'll be looking at that leaderboard, and we'll hope to produce a score that would attack those contenders right there that have produced scores thus far. All right there, David Galindo, 55K, 14.25 meters, going with the softer option at this time. Glenn Martin at the helm of that towboat. David Galindo trying to maintain some good line tension as he turns that ski in towards the course of 14.25 meters at 55K. Seems to be taking a narrow approach on some of these turns, and it's able to get through it. No two worries about that. But when the boat speed starts ramping up from 55 to 58, it's going to feel very, very quick, very, very soon, unless he does something to rectify that. So great championships here so far. We are through the first 15 skiers at this time. We're on skier number 7 here in Boys Series 4. We've done through 9. We're done through the first 9 skiers in the Series 5. So actually, in actuality, 16 skiers. We're on our 16th skier on the water right now. 14.25 meters at 58K. Bringing the handle across his body, which is a surefire way of not producing enough angle to get across course on shorter line lengths. But he seems to make it work for him at this instance, and that is 14.25 meters, getting the job done. And now gets ready for 13 meters with the same boat speed now of 58K. So looking at this once again, and a lot of where he made up time was trying to keep his direction going deep into his edge change so that the line stays tight, and that's exactly what he did into number 4. Not so much into number 5, but I think by about that time he knew that he had the pass in the bag, and all he had to do was just stay upright on the ski, and things would work out good for him. All right, now this is 13 meters or 32 off, and he goes for the tight line approach to his gate shot into buoy number 1 on 13 meters. A little bit back on the ski, but he manages to roll into number 3. He gets around number 3. He's good to go for number 4. He's picking up time all the time. Oh no, and he collapses into buoy number 5 over the tip of the ski, and he is down on buoy number 5. That should give him a score of 4.5. A score of 4.5 on 13 meters. That should slot him into second spot right now. Holding that handle rather high into his entrance gates into buoy number 1, but he manages to roll the ski and get good angle, especially there into buoy number 2. He is a right foot forward skier, which affords him a little bit more comfort and a little bit more turn. A little bit down course here, letting the boat drag him into number 5, and unfortunately he tried to bring the ski round hard and early, and unfortunately none of those two things helped him out much. So there we go. That is 4.5. 4.5 on 13 meters. It's good enough for second, but still out in the lead is Diego Noguera with a 2 buoy count of on 12 meters for Chile. David Galindo from Colombia slotting into second with 4.5 on 13 meters. All right, we got a first shot there of Jose Antonio Perez Priego, and I had a chat with him a little bit before these championships, and a podcast for the TWBC podcast will be available soon. For those of you that want to listen to the podcast right now, you might want to delay that for a little bit as you're watching live action here from the U17 World Championships. But once you do get a little bit of time, or are driving around in your car and listening to podcasts, managed to get in touch with Chris Loomis, who's one of the big wigs at Malibu Boats. Asked him a number of questions, including questions on the bidding process and how the Malibu Boat Company got involved with the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation, and even going back maybe a few years to where times were challenging, to say the least. We talked about that and many, many more topics on the TWBC podcast. Check it out on Spotify, on YouTube, and many other podcast vendors. Samuel McKenzie, this is 16 meters, this is a 58K. Rocking A2 right now, Alpha 2. Getting in a little bit deep there around number 4, but managing to recover well enough to get through that pass. That was at 58K. 16 meters, no two ways about that. He gets it done. And this is Malibu's coming out party, as it were, in terms of pulling a major international world-titled waterski event under the auspices of the International Waterski and Wakeboard Federation. They've entered into a 6-year contract, and we certainly wish both the International Waterski Federation and Malibu Boat Company all the success in the world as they continue to foster their partnership going forwards. So, Samuel McKenzie doing good on pass number 1. All right then, so Samuel McKenzie, who is our final skier in U17 Boys Series 4. We're now going to bring him into the course. Boat speed is still at 58K, and this now is going to be 14.25 meters, a skier from New Zealand. Here is a Samuel McKenzie, round number 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and number 5 and number 6, and gets ready for 32 off 13 meters. And trying to take a pop at 32 off. So Samuel McKenzie in the water right now, getting ready for 32 off or 13 meters. And getting off to a good start on buoy number 1. And when we looked at the instant replay, and he was really taking this pass by the scruff of the neck and just shaking it until something good comes out at the bottom. So there we go, Samuel McKenzie looking good, looking stylish. So there we see walking down the lake, that is Ethan Kuntz, I believe, after being given the once over by our medical officials. He can walk, he's fine. Samuel McKenzie, round at buoy number 2 and number 3. This is 13 meters. Only one person has run 13 meters, and it will stay that way at least until our entrance into the next series, because Samuel McKenzie was able to get round number 4, but no further than that. So 3.5 on 13 meters. That will put him in a tie for 3rd spot with Lars Kuhner. David Galindo currently in 2nd spot right now on 4.5. And out in the lead is Diego Noguera with 2 on 12 meters. And just tried to get the ski hard round, and unfortunately didn't have the position to take advantage of that. So that concludes Series 4 Boys Slalom. We have 10 more skiers to go before we go into our next event, which is going to be Girls Series 4 Slalom Elimination. And then we will have a whole heap of jumpers, 28 jumpers in all. as we continue on these championships, the U17 Championship of the World, coming to you live for the very first time from the Republic of Argentina, and specifically the Ahumada Waterski Club in the province of Cordoba. There is your slalom leaderboard right now. Diego Noguera in the lead with 2 on 12, the only person to get into 12 meters. David Galindo with 4.5 on 13. And rounding off the top three, we have a tie at third spot between Jorge Silverstein with 3.5 on 13, alongside Samuel McKenzie with 3.5 on 13. All right, then, we're going to step aside for a few moments, take a quick break. You'll find out a little bit more about Malibu towboats, no doubt, in this break. All right, then, so we'll be back with continuing coverage right after this. All right, then, welcome back, and there you see the sierras that surround this area right here in the province of Cordoba. There's the start list. Carter Millwood will be our leader skier. Jacob Nelson, Samuel Jaramillo, Ryan Cresswell, Jose Noguera, George Bolfer, Bodie Bolfer, Jagger King, No Osorio, and Bennett Covington. And then once we get done with those slalom skiers in the boys competition in Series 3, then we'll move on to Series, I believe, Series 4, so far as girls slalom is concerned. And there you see the schedule of events for today. We've added some more events to mitigate the effects of the inclement weather that we are expecting to make its way into this area. Glenn Martin at the helm. He's making the pass up and down because we have changed out our boat judge. Terrin Guile from France is our new official in the towboat. And any switch that involves an official in the towboat requires a run up and down for the simulation run. So, great to have you on board. Great to have such great support for this event, not only locally but also internationally. Mentioned obviously once before, and I'll mention many more times before this tournament ends. Malibu Boat Company, glad to have them on board, and also glad to have the likes of Masterline with their official tow ropes of these championships. They're supplying the regular tow rope for slalom alongside the 2.0 system as well. It's probably fair to say that the vast majority of skiing athletes in this tournament and many others across the world ply their trade thanks to the handles and ropes supplied by the Masterline Rope Company. All right, on the starting dock, Carter Millwood from New Zealand. All right, and if you've got a little bit of time to spare, and on this Wednesday morning, time right now is 10 a.m. on the dot. Absolutely, bang there. 10 a.m. on the dot, Argentine time. 1 hour back will give us the time for the Eastern Seaboard. So if for those of you that have just snuck into the office at 9 a.m. and you're watching us right now, we certainly appreciate that. If indeed you're watching us from somewhere like Chicago or the Midwest or even in the Deep South, you know, in places like Austin, Texas, and Houston and Baton Rouge, Louisiana, they're 2 hours back. So good morning to those of you that are tuning in at 8 a.m. And Carter Millwood, don't ask me to calculate the time for New Zealand. I don't have the time zone offset right now, but I'm sure one or two of you folks there that are watching will probably be more than happy to help me out in that endeavor. As we see a skier from New Zealand, Carter Millwood, I believe he'll be going into the course at 14.25 meters. Now you're going to see shorter line length starts, but what you won't see is skiers necessarily going in at max speed on the shorter line length. Some of them want to go with the softer option with 55k. That is all well and good. 14.25 meters, all the good. So a 6 buoy count on 14.25 meters at 55k, that would be the equivalent of someone getting the 6 buoy count at 58k at 16 meters. That kind of gives you an idea of where the skiers are in terms of a buoy count. But so far as Carter Millwood is concerned, he's going to come back into the course. The boat speed is going to go up to 58k, but the line length is still going to stay the same for the time being at least. All right, so as we see Carter Millwood go through the course, let's see if I can catch up on a few of these messages. Started off pretty good this morning, and some of you are sending in the odd message, but the amount seems to have slowed down a little bit. We need to get that up. We need to get the numbers up here. And as we assess the numerical content of our messages here on the YouTube channel, we bring in Carter Millwood on 14.25 meters. This is now at 58. Oh no, and he goes down, he blows the tail on number 3, and he goes down and scores 2.5. 2.5 at 14.25 meters, which is going to send him tumbling down the list here in the boys' slalom elimination round. Won't even get within the top 5 with the amount of skiers that we've seen getting into 30 meters and beyond. Didn't look all that bad off the first couple of buoys, but then he just felt compelled to bring the handle in, and once you do that, once you bring the handle in that quickly, it offsets the weight on the ski and puts all of the weight on the tip. And when the ski is that weight heavy on the front side, it will just blow the tail in an instant. And that's exactly what Carter Millwood from New Zealand has just experienced there to the negative effect. All right there, so now as Carter Millwood swims into the shore for New Zealand, we now go to a skier from the United States of America. It's going to be Jacob Nelson. And I would imagine that if the camera pans, it's going to be 55k 16, which would be the equivalent in buoy count of a 58k 18 meters, but it is 16 meters at 55k. So he comes into the course with an even softer option compared to Carter Millwood. And when I mean softer, I mean sub-max speed. Certainly nothing soft about any of these passes that these skiers are producing out there. But some skiers like the approach that allows them to get settled into the course without being dragged down the course at max speed, which could pose one or two problems going forward, but in this instance, not allowing for that to happen. So far as his connects, not allowing for that to happen. All right, so we're looking here at our skier from the United States, Jacob Nelson. Now, starting with a sub-max speed at 55K, he's obviously trying to smooth out the kinks in this run. Doesn't need to turn hard. Shouldn't have to turn hard. And now the boat speed is up to 58K. Now, what he should be looking to do into the edge change is to try and allow that ski to tighten up the line. Coming through the wakes, shouldn't allow for the ski tip to point towards the boat so much, but managing to get all of that together in a nice fluid package. It is going to be a 6 buoy count. It is going to be 16 meters at 58K. 14.25 meters comes up next. And that is Jacob Nelson from the United States. Oh, getting buffeted always there off buoy number 1 and just allowing that ski to just get pointed over towards number 2. And I think by about the time he got to number 3, he kind of knew what the situation was. Not fully 100% assured that they'd actually run the pass, but was prepared to put in a little bit more effort to make sure that at the very least he got the ski round number 6 with just a little bit more muscle than what he's probably accustomed to using to run that pass. That was 16 meters at 58K. We're now coming back into the course at 58K with the line length of 14.25 meters. Rolls the ski into the edge change. Nicely done round buoy number 1. Good to go round number 2 on 14.25 meters. He's looking good for number 4. 14.25 meters. Oh yes, looking good. Letting himself go down course on a couple of those turns, but I'll tell you what, he is as cool as a cucumber. As one Carlos Sainz would say, he was a smooth operator. And you can see why with that turn on buoy number 1. Certainly a lot better approach into this pass than he did on the 58 16 meter pass that preceded this one. And certainly now that he's found a little bit of rhythm and found a little bit more push behind the boat. And this is a brilliant angle right here from number 5 into number 6 coming from the dock, because you get to see a full-on perspective of how early or indeed how late a skier is going to be approaching number 6 at speed. Here we go, folks. Coming in. This is Jacob Nelson, 13 meters. Getting good push off number 1. This is rearing up on the back of the ski. That's going to cause some problems unless he addresses them to sweet. Here he comes off number 4. He's good to go for number 5. Can he make it? Oh, no, and he's inside buoy number 6. And he's going to hit the ramp unless he makes an evasive turn there. But there you go. That is going to be 5. That is 5 on 13 meters. So 5 on 13 meters. That should be enough to slot him into second spot right now. Only one skier has gone into 12 meters, and that is Diego Noguera of Chile. And just looking, the ski was chattering there, just couldn't get enough purchase in the water there, and losing a bit of distance down course, starting with the halfway mark on that pass, and just couldn't really get much of anything going on beyond that point. So that is Jacob Nelson. So 55K, 14.25 meters as we look at the tail end of this instant replay there for our previous skier, Jacob Nelson, getting blown down the course. And our next skier to come, coming to us from a famous name of skiing in Colombia, it is Samuel Jaramillo. Oh my word, he almost lost it on the opening pass of 14.25 meters, and he just manages to get that ski under control at the right time in order to run that pass. That was absolutely crazy there towards the end. Boys Series 3. Slalom elimination round, and he certainly came into this pass with the aim of just taking it nice and steady and not try to overexert himself. But I tell you what, that plan could have been in tatters and ruins had he have not just absolutely put an iron grip on that handle, because anything else and he'd been swimming in on pass number 1. Shot of our crowd there, especially of the Australians there, grouped together. One of their skiers will be coming to us very, very soon. All right, here we go. This is Samuel Jaramillo. This is 14.25 meters. This is 58K. And he gets the job done. And he'll be thanking his lucky stars that he was lucky enough to get round all 6 buoys on pass number 1. And it was a little bit skittish on pass number 2. But he gets the job done, and 13 meters will be coming his way very, very soon. That is Samuel Jaramillo of Colombia. All right, there, so Samuel Jaramillo. Let's see if he can use some of the strength that he has had to exhibit rather early in this slalom set to better effect here, because it's going to be 32 off 13 meters. Boat speed is 58K or 36 miles an hour. Here we go, Samuel Jaramillo. That boat is accelerating up to 58K. The Malibu Response TXI doing an absolutely exquisite job in that endeavor. Round buoy number 1. Looking good for round buoy number 2. Samuel Jaramillo on 13 meters. Oh, he getting broken forwards on number 3. He's still there on number 4. He barely survives round number 5. And can he get round number 6? He tries and unfortunately has to succumb to the inevitable. So it looks like the score is going to be under review, and naturally, that being a close call, it's either going to be 5 or 5.5. But we'll find that out in just a moment. We're going to have a look at the instant replay, and probably with this camera angle here is probably going to be the most telling. And it is that instant replay imagery that we'll see right now. And Samuel Jaramillo. So Samuel Jaramillo. The word that I'm getting coming through is 5.25, and Samuel Jaramillo, unfortunately for him, hit the sleep button and unfortunately never woke up. I tell you what, he's round number 5 on the back of the ski, trying to, just managing just to poke the tip on the outside of the 6 ball. And Samuel Jaramillo, it is going to be 5.5 on 30 meters, 5 1/4 on 30 meters, 5.25 rather than 5.5. So was losing distance and losing time down course, and was incredibly stiff-legged into number 5, and just had to wait on the line to tighten up before he made any concerted effort to get across the course. And I tell you what, I gave him 10 out of 10 for excitement there towards the end, especially with the dismount. So there we go. That is Samuel Jaramillo, 5 1/4 on 13 meters. It's still in the lead is Diego Noguera from Chile, who in the previous series was able to get through 13 meters and continued on to a 2-buoy count on 12. All right, then, moving along swiftly, we have 2 brothers. We'll have 2 brothers back-to-back fairly soon. But before that, we will have Jose Noguera. And before him, the skier on the water now is Ryan Cresswell, 58K, 16 meters. Rocking on the back of the ski. Rather dynamic with his edge change and his reach there into his 246 side. He is a lefty. Has to kind of overplay his hand a little bit into 246 because it is a neutral side turn, so he wants to try and get as much as he can out of it. 135 is going to be his better side turn, naturally. As we see a little bit of coaching on the shore side for our next competitor, who is Jose Noguera. Is probably related to our current leader, who is Diego Noguera. Just trying to stay balanced and towards the rear part of his ski, at least behind the front boot. So, skier competing right now is Ryan Cresswell. All right, let's see what Ryan Cresswell can do. This is now 16 meters at 14.25 meters at 58K. Looking in good shape here. Looking a little nervy, it does have to be said, but he's able to calm himself down enough to make that pass a reality. That is Ryan Cresswell. So he just ran through 58K, 14.25 meters. So Ryan Cresswell, who has put scores into 12 meters in the past, so he is a skier of high potential. So let's have a look here on 14.25 meters. 13 meters is coming up next. So the stage is set. If you can get past 5 1/4 on 13 meters, then that will vault him into second place, and anything more than 2 on the pass to come afterwards would put him in the lead. With a number of skiers to come in this series, and then we've got a whole 2 series batch of slalomers they'll be taken to the water over the next day or so. Here we go. This is Ryan Cresswell. Little tail heavy on his entrance gate push. Round number 2, looking and go round number 3. He's going to be tail heavy here as well, but he manages to hold enough the ski to go, and that is on 32 off, and unfortunately unable to get through the pass. However, it is going to be 3.5. That should put him in the top 5 at this time, or maybe on the outside looking in, but that is 3.5 on 13 meters. He's currently... So, he's tied with Samuel McKenzie on 3.5 on 13 meters, and that currently puts him in 6th place, tie with that young skier from New Zealand. And our Canadian out on the water, Ryan Cresswell, just not skiing confidently enough out there to allow that ski to carve its way through the tail end of that turn, and then put some power behind it, and unfortunately he tried to apply the power just a little bit too soon, and that results in that fall. All right, then, moving right along, Jose Noguera is going to be our next competitor as we take a look at the replay once again. Now, a lot of what slalom skiing about is angle and control. Certainly getting the angle at the tail end of the turn, but then unfortunately kind of got a little bit rattled with the amount of speed that he was carrying, and unfortunately there coming across the second wake into number 5 and resulting in the fall. So as we look around the site and see a few of our competing athletes getting ready to go. We've seen some skiers from girls Series 4 getting ready to go. So, as our previous skier works his way out the water, that is Ryan Cresswell. We are down to exactly halfway down the list of our 10 skier list. Jose Noguera from Chile. All right, continuing to go right along. Just trying to get the rope on and checking in with some of the messages that are coming through with a little bit of time that I have to spare. Zay Nicholson, glad to have him message in. He's watching from Namibia. Yep, a little ways across the Atlantic there. We'll get to Africa, and he's there for the All Africa Championships. So best of luck to him. So 60 meters, 58K. Taking the kind of scenic route, as it were. Deciding not to go in on 14.25 meters. Not even using the option of going down to sub max speed of 55K. Or even lower than that, I come to think. But there you go, that's 58K, that is 60 meters, and he'll now progress on to 14.25 meters. That is Jose Noguera. All right, Jose Noguera just trying to hold everything together on 16 meters, just not being too risky at all with the opening pass, and 14.25 meters should be coming our way very, very soon. All right, here we go. This is Jose Noguera. This is 14.25 meters. The boat speed remains the same at 58K. Looking good here. 58K max speed. There you go. Good skiing there. And as we take a quick look at some of the deposits made on the jump ramp, we have a look and see how our next skier out in the slalom course, that is Jose Noguera, does right here. So, good skiing there for Jose Noguera. He's gone through 16 and 14. Now, the major pass, the critical run, 13 meters. The gateway run, anything beyond this, and that opens up a lot of possibilities going forward. 13 meters for Jose Noguera. Oh, no, and he goes down. Oh, my word. 1.5 on 30 meters, and we've seen a whole bunch of skiers that were expected to actually get at least a good portion of the way down on 13 meters, coming up short. So coming up short, 1.5 on 13 meters, and his brother, Diego Noguera, still maintains his lead on 2 on 12 meters, the only person to get through 30 meters at this time. So looking for someone to kind of break through here a little bit. Just bringing the handle down low, that prevents the ski from fully rotating, or at least put himself in a position where he can stay upright. As we see a new member of our crew, Tommy Renosto. Keeping an eye on things there. So, Diego Noguera still out in the lead with 2 on 12 meters. Samuel Jaramillo is in outright second place right now with 5.25 on 13 meters. 5 on 13 meters for Jacob Nelson. Ryan Cresswell and David Galindo with 4.5 on 13 meters. And then we've got a two-way tie for 6 between Samuel McKenzie and Jorge Silverstein. So now we are 5 skiers in to Series 3 boys slalom elimination round. And now we will see the first of 2 brothers that will be taken to the water. We'll see Bodie Balfour take to the water in just a few minutes, but before him, it's George Balfour. All right, here we go. George Balfour from the United States of America, an individual competitor, and we'll see what he can do. 55K, 16 meters. Now, as far as my memory recall, the Balfours do tend to excel in the jump event more than the others. But they're no slouch where it comes to the slalom course. That is 16 meters at 55K. So just trying to ease into this event here. And George Balfour, age 17, so this is his last Junior World Championships of eligibility. Let's have a look at some of the scores that he's produced. A couple on 12 meters towards the tail end of last season. I see that score, 1 on 12 meters over at Fluid, 2 on 12 meters, and one other competition. You kind of get the idea, and has been consistently getting into 13 meters. But let's see if he's been working any in the off season to try and get a little further down. All right, making its way into the course, our Malibu Response TXI, and about 16 meters further back, or 53 feet, this is George Balfour at 58K. And I tell you what, he is backsiding the crud out of these turns, especially round number 4. Look at that. Doesn't get much better than that, folks. There you go, that's George Balfour, and 14.25 meters will be making its way in his general direction within about the next 45 seconds. So great skiing there, and from George Balfour, as it's a couple of our competitors getting some much needed rest. Or it might actually be the crew here for the IWWF. So, George Balfour, look at that backside. Boom, look. Brings the ski hard round on number 2. So great skiing, and typically when I have the opportunity to coach a little bit of slalom, one of the things that I try to exude to competitors that I teach is to make sure that you do everything in your power to ski wide and to keep the line tight, so that the ski has the earliest opportunity for it to come back and actually graze the backside of the buoy. And that's exactly what George Balfour is doing right now. This is 14.25 meters. Let's see if he can maintain that level of consistency. Oh, look at that. Great there on number 2. Good for 3. Round number 4. Gets the handle in nice and clean, nice and tight and quick, and gets through 14.25 meters. And I'll tell you what's to say that George Balfour may not be able to get through the next pass and maybe put a hurting on possibly a 12-meter run going forwards. I'll tell you what, great skiing from George Balfour, and 13 meters is coming his way very, very soon. And as you watch this action, if you want to comment on it, you are more than free to do so, but you have to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. And once you've subscribed, you can hit the bell icon. And once you hit that bell icon, you will be informed and notified as to next time we go live, such as the Swiss Pro Tricks competition, which will take place in about 2 to 3 weeks' time in Claremont, in Central Florida. It is exactly May the 19th. April the 19th, I'm sorry. Now, the other competition, the Swiss Pro Slalom, that takes place in May. And we look forward to seeing the competitors in that one. And Wouldn't mind taking a bike ride myself. Here we go. This is good. This is George Balfour on 13 meters. Ah, look at that. He's still backsiding these turns on 13 meters. Look at him go. Great skiing there for George Balfour. And I tell you what, that's going to be about this third attempt into 12 meters coming up now for George Balfour. Our first serious contender for the lead score. And by getting into 12 meters, he has put himself at least in second spot right now. So great skiing there from George Balfour, and there's not much to choose between that turn on 30 meters and the turn that he had 2 passes prior on 16 meters. He seems to have found some consistency and rhythm, and he's able to maintain it despite the shorter line length between each pass. And he's looking in very good shape. So the lead is now 2. The lead is 2 on 12 meters. And George Balfour has his sights on that. Here he comes. His personal best is 2 on 12 meters. The lead is 2. Oh, look at him go. He's round number 2. He's going to make a play on 3. It's a new personal best, and it gets 2.5 for George Balfour. He is the leader now. So great skiing there from George Balfour. 2.5 on 12 meters. He is the new leader. How long he holds the lead for is uncertain at this time, but I tell you what, great skiing. And he swims in, and I'm sure he's going to be one happy camper, but he's not done with the slalom event. He's not done skiing in this competition, because he will be a part of the jumping event, and I believe he's also tricks as well. So a good, solid overall competitor. And I thought for a moment that had he just relaxed a little bit on number 3 and not be so jittery and so impatient there into that turn on number 3, that he might have had an even bigger play on 12 meters. But it is what it is. It's 2.5 on 12 meters. And our new leader from the United States of America is George Balfour. So George Balfour getting helped out of the water. Should be pretty happy with his performance. And our next competitor, I don't know what's happening there, but what is happening is looks like Ethan Kuntz from Canada is getting worked on. After that crash, it certainly didn't surprise me. So 55K, 16 meters, exactly the same start in line length and speed as his brother. The skier to take to the water next is going to be Bodie Balfour. So 55K, 16 meters. All right, let's see what Bodie can do. Taryn Guile, our boat judge, our boat driver, Glenn Martin. $16 meters, 55K, and seems to employ a lot of the technique that we saw a few minutes ago with George Balfour on his way to getting the lead score of 2.5 on 12 meters, superseding the lead at that time, which was 2 on 12 meters by Diego Noguera. And then in third place right now is currently with 5.25 on 13 meters, Samuel Jaramillo. But I do have to say that Bodie Balfour had to take his time to get number one fully under control on 16 meters at 55K. Now, one of the interesting aspects of skiing at 16 meters or 22 off is the fact that you do get a little bit launched, as you can plainly see. It's not easy to be able to control the amount of air that you get off your slalom ski, and hold that edge and hold that angle going through towards the next buoy, or at least attempt to turn on that next buoy. But now this is going to be 58K, holding that handle down deliberately there. Just trying to create a common pivot point between each pass and allow for the ski to fully rotate at that instance. And this is Bodie Balfour, and that is 16 meters at 58K. Nicely done. A member of the U.S. Junior Waterski team. He'll pile on the points for Team USA going forwards. That is Bodie Balfour. So not looking bad, looking in a pretty darn good shape here. So Bodie Balfour, in terms of slaloming, is concerned. Looking at some of his better scores from last season. Hasn't registered a score into 11.25 meters, so you'd have to look back at some of his scores on 12 meters. His best score, I believe, is somewhat halfway down the pass at 3. So he's looking for that type of score, not only to take the lead, but also to equal a personal best. And 14.25 meters, we may be putting the cart a little bit before the horse, though, on 14.25 meters at 58K. But so long as he runs this and goes through the next pass of 32 off or 13 meters, then he has a chance to put himself in a position where he could potentially take the lead. Skier on dockside is Jagger King. So, Bodie Bolfer in good shape right now. 2 passes, or actually 3 passes to the good right now. He is now comes to us from the flag end of the lake here, the Ahumada Waterski Club, Esquí Náutico. Bodie Bolfer, 13 meters. Oh, getting a little bit rattled there at the tail end of 4, but still has enough room to play with, and he gets through. 32 off, and now is about to attempt 12 meters, or 35 off. It is Bodie Bolfer. So, settling into the water and getting ready for 12 meters while we take a look at the instant replay. Comes off the handle, nice and tight as he does so. A little on the back of the ski, but nothing he can't handle. But managing to get the ski underneath him and allowing a good edge change. And at about that point, he starts to just wind it back a little bit, and it's just a relatively simple case of just a straight line approach into number 6 and gets it to go. A beautiful sight here in the middle of Cordoba province, a province that is 165,000 square kilometers. This is 12 meters. Oh, look at him go. Round number 1. Oh, no, and he lets go of the handle off number 1 on his approach into number 2. It was so tantalizingly close. So Bodie Bolfer will get confirmation on the score. So yes, the previous pass was a 6-buoy count on 13 meters, and he tried his best to effect a similar type of score on 12, and unfortunately he ends up getting 1 for his troubles. But 1 buoy on 12 meters means that right now he's currently in 3rd place with that score. That is 1 on 12 meters. Almost ended up into the restaurant, but I'm sure that once he gets out the water, I think a snack or 2 might be on his immediate agenda as he works his way back to the Team USA base camp. But he should feel relatively happy with a score of 1 on 12 meters. Certainly not the best score that he's produced in the slalom event, but you know, not many people have gotten through 13 despite their best efforts. So, and it just so happens that the Bolfer family have not 1 but 2 skiers with that distinction. So, well done to them. As we continue to roll on, we have 3 skiers remaining in the boys' series 3 slalom. Okay, so those 3 competitors will see No Osorio. Bennett Covington will be our last skier out. But before those 2 competitors, we will have Jagar King. Okay, so at 58K on the 60-meter line. Jagar King opens up his account here at the U17 World Waterski Championships, coming to you live for the very first time from Argentina. Oh no, and he goes down round buoy number 1. Total devastation and disappointment there. Oh my word. Not much more you can say about that, really, but half a buoy on the opening pass. Oh, my word. So, Jagar King in the water. I don't know whether he has any other events to ski in these U17 World Championships, but I'm sure that if he does, and I believe he at least is able to jump, I'm sure he's going to get the bit in between his teeth and conjure up a performance that will be redeeming what he just produced there. And I certainly know exactly where he is right now, and in terms of reacting to that particular effort. It certainly, when I was competing, that happened to me. That has happened to me, or something similar has happened to me on at least a number of occasions. Not too many of them, granted, but certainly I competed in the Junior World Championships way back in the mid-'80s, and I actually fell so early on in both of the trick passes that I had in store that the judges actually refused to stop to score them, because they were so pitifully low. But yeah, I know exactly where he is in that mindset, and I sure hope that he can come through and conjure up something of a redeeming nature. All right, we're down to 2 more competitors to go before we round off this section of the slalom event. We do have 2 more series of boys slalom, but that will take place a little later on in the schedule. So we've got Bennett Covington about to take, will be taken to the water fairly soon. No Osorio from Colombia is our penultimate competitor in this series. So, no Osorio. All right, so Noah's, a little bit of a twitch there on the backside of that pass around buoy number 6. That's Noah Osorio from Colombia. I believe that was 60 meters. All right, so it looks like 16-meter 55K was the opening pass. Okay, went in at 14 at 58K. That was his opening pass, so he's now going to come in on 13 meters. My apologies for that. Looking good on 13 so far. A little bit on the back of the ski, round number 2, round number 3. Bringing the handle in very, very quickly and into number 4, but managing to stay in control. That is 30 meters. He's now going to have a crack on 12 meters. So not looking at all bad out there. Little twitch there, here and there, maybe showing the signs of nerves as he gets through 30 meters. He knows how critical running through 30 meters is. It's the gateway to 12 meters, and I tell you what, the Bolfers have really come out strong. They've gotten a third place so far, courtesy of Bodie Bolfer on 1. 2.5 on 12 meters is good enough for the lead by George Bolfer, and sandwiched in between those two is Diego Nogueira on 2 on 12 meters. And speaking of the Bolfers, looks like they've got some support from 1 or 2 folks over in Minnesota, which is going to be the host state of the upcoming Good Waterski National Championships. And that will be in around about the middle portion of August, and we certainly hope to have the opportunity to broadcast that event as the new summer, the new season continues to progress. This is 12 meters. This is Noah Osorio. Look, early as you like it to number 2, but couldn't take full advantage of it. He's round number 3. Good to go round number 4. He's gotten 4, and 4 buoys on 12 meters is good enough for the lead right now. That pushes George Bolfer into second. That pushes Diego Nogueira into third. Noah Osorio from Colombia. Nice extension around buoy number 1. That is a really, really strong key to get down, because once you're able to extend that much and stay in control, the ski has something a little bit more to bite on towards the end of the turn, and keeps you ahead of the course for however long you're prepared to hold that in for. But there you go. Good skiing there for Noah Osorio. It is 4. It's the lead. And our next skier and our last skier in this series of Boys 3 Slalom Elimination Round. Next skier is going to be Bennett Covington. All right there, so Noah Osorio currently in the lead. How long does that lead stay intact for? We won't know for at least a day or so before we go into the Slalom Series 2 and 1 in the boys competition. So in actual fact, the slalom in for boys Series 2 will actually be, I believe, on Friday. We'll double check on that. But I mean, you can take a look at the schedule for yourself on the IWWF live scoring system. 58K, 16 meters, or 36, 15. Bennett Covington comes to us out of San Marcos in Texas, and looking very, very good there. That's at 18.25 meters at 58K, or 15 off, 36 miles an hour. Gets the most nerve-wracking pass out there, and that's the first one under his belt. So now he's going to go to 16 meters for the next run. This is Bennett Covington. So Bennett Covington, who has plenty of support across the way. A lot of it is here. His parents are here, Donnie Covington and Laurie Covington, and by extension, Freddie Krueger is here, and that's Bennett's uncle. I'm sure that he is watching as well as keeping an eye on things for his own sons, who will also be competing in these championships. Here we go. Looking good here, Bennett Covington. He's gone through 16, and now he's gone through 14. There we go, Bennett Covington. Just trying to shake out the nerves out of the system, still very much there, but Bennett Covington getting ready for 13 meters. Looking good and looking strong out there, and just trying to settle everything down as much as he can going forwards. He's our final skier in the boys Series 3 slalom competition. Then we'll go on to girls Series 4 slalom elimination before we go on to 3 series of boys jump, starting off with boys 3 and ending off as our final event with Series 1. So we're doing as much as we can with the boys slalom elimination series today, as well as the jump in its entirety so far as the boys qualification is concerned. All right, then, up and Adam. This now is Bennett Covington coming into the course on 13 meters. Native of the Lone Star State of Texas. Oh, getting in a little bit deep there off number 3, round number 4. Oh, and look at this. This is 32 off 13 meters. And there you go. That is Bennett Covington. A shake of the fist there upon the exit of the slalom course. And Bennett Covington, who I believe over the last season or so has really started to find his groove and consistency on 12 meters. And that is exactly where he's at right now. He's gone through 13 or 32 off, and it's now getting ready for 12 meters or 35 off. Getting messages from all over the show. We've gotten messages from Namibia. We've gotten messages from Canada, from the United States, from Germany. We'd like some more. If you want to leave a message on the YouTube player, then subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and then that will give you the necessary permissions in order to do that. And also, if you hit the bell icon, you'll be informed as next time we go live. But here we are, right here and now, our final skier in Boys Series 3. This is Bennett Covington, and this is 12 meters, the blue line. Look at him go around buoy number 1, a little broken over into number 2. He's still there on 2. He's good to go around number 3. Oh, and he just doesn't quite get the handle to ski out to 3, but it is going to be 2 1/2. 2 1/2, which puts him into a two-way tie for second place with George Bolfer. And our leader out of this slalom event, out of 3 series of skiing, that is series 5, 4, and 3, is Noah Osorio from Colombia with 4 on 12 meters. Two-way tie for second place that exists between George Bolfer and the skier whom you're seeing right now with the instant replay. This is Bennett Covington. He gets round 1, a little bit broken over in the waist around buoy number 2, but he certainly tried his best to stay with it. Broke into his edge change maybe a little bit early, but unfortunately didn't have enough control of the line to ski that one out for a full 3 count. That would have given out outright second, but as it is, it's a tie for second, and it is with George Bolfer, with Noah Osorio currently in the lead with his score of 4. So yeah, he's came off the second wake into number 2, looked broken over, and by the time that he recovered enough of his balance, was just unable to get much of anything else going beyond that point. But it is a good effort, and certainly more valuable points for the United States waterski team, and certainly great to see that kind of effort there from Bennett Covington, who, as you clearly see, is in a two-way tie with George Bolfer for second place. Your leader is Noah Osorio with 4 on 12 meters, and to round off the top 5, we've got Diego Noguera with 2. And Bodie Bolfer with 1 on 12 meters, and that wraps up your top 5 and wraps up the first 3 series of boys slalom competition. All right then, so as we take another grand look at this facility here at the Ahumada Waterski Club. This is continuing coverage of this, the IWWF World U17 Waterski Championships. Glad to have you on board. Our next event is going to be the girls Under-17 Series 4 Slalom. We will have 10 skiers there, and then we'll have about another 20 or so other skiers that will be involved in the boys jump event. All that to come in less than 5 minutes. You're watching continuing coverage of this event, and when we return, we'll have more great skiing to come next.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
Take a look at you and start to lose my balance. What am I falling into? This feels like something new. I've seen a lot of views, but they were nothing like this. The way you do what you do, I think you're something brand new.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for continuing to join us here at Ahumada Waterski Club. This is the venue of the 2026 IWWF World Under-17 World Waterski Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and you're seeing an absolutely pristine, picturesque view of our facility here at Ahumada Waterski Club, and the skiers that we'll have on deck: Dominga Miranda, Elisa Acevedo, Maya Leonhardt, Lara Cosgrove, Alexia Mazaris, and the remaining skiers that you just saw on that list. And you can find out more about them by going to the IWWF live scoring, which you can find at iwwf.sport. Dominga Gonzalez is on the water right now. Okay, Dominga Gonzalez. Minimum starting speed is 49k at 18.25 meters, which I would imagine that she's coming in on. Selecting Alpha 2 on the 0 off. So, Dominga Gonzalez. So doing a fine job with this opener. All right, there, continuing right along. The large family that is the Miranda family, you know, has skiers and their offspring. I think on both sides of the family. I'm not too sure whether Dominga is actually an offspring of of Felipe's side of the family or Totti's. Either way, they're all exceptional athletes, as we see Scott Ellis, our driver, taking the helm for the girls' slalom event in Series 4. Now, this is the only series that we will have today in the girls' slalom event. beyond this, we will have boys jumping in its entirety from Series 3 all the way through to and including Series 1. Here's Dominga Gonzalez. And not bad at all. Seems to be very much in control. Could she be a dark horse? Maybe. Well, let's have a look at this once again. Dominga Gonzalez, a beautiful aerial shot there, being crafted by our drone pilot, who is Jason Scholl. He is part of our TWBC crew alongside his brother Jason Scholl, who occupies the tower cam halfway down the lake. We also have our boat cam. Our boat cam is operated by Kelvin Kelm out of Houston, Texas. We have Vincent Stadelbauer, the main man, the man with the ones and the twos. We've also got Tommy Renosto. But on the water right now, this is at 55K now, 18.25 meters. Now it's starting to get a little bit dicey here. Now the speed becomes an issue. And I don't think she got around buoy number 4, which means that she will score 3. So it is going to be 3 at 18.25 meters, 55K. 55K is max speed for our female competitors, 58K for the men. And for those of you new to this event, especially to those of you watching through the Malibu Boats dealer network all across the nation and the world, the slalom event, the skiers go through a pair of entry gates. And once you get through the entry gates cleanly enough, then you've got 3 buoys on either side. You've got 3 on the right and then 3 on the left, totaling 6. And then you get round the 6th buoy and you have to go through the exit gates. The object of the game is to score as many buoys as possible on either or both the greatest speed or the shortest line. And more often is the case, especially with elite level competitors, it's normally determined by the shortest, the most buoys on the shortest line, with the skiers having achieved a buoy count that keeps them on a certain maximum speed, which, as I mentioned, 55K or 34 miles an hour is it for the girls, or 36 miles an hour or 58K for the guys. All right, receiving a more than an average dose of encouragement is our next skier, Eloisa Acevedo, also from Chile. And the Chileans are certainly building for the future, it has to be said. I mean, you see skiers such as the like of Dominga Miranda, almost a bit of a Freudian slip there with Dominga Gonzalez, who's another great skier from Chile. We'll probably get to see her in another tournament, whether it be the World U21s or even the World Elite Championships. We'll find out in the fullness of time. But here we go. We got Eloisa Acevedo from Chile. This is going to be at 49K. She elects to go with Bravo 2. So there you go. Good skiing there from Elisa Acevedo from Chile. So once again, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You know it makes sense. So there we go, slicing and dicing from one end of the course to the next. That is Eloisa Acevedo. Looking at some of the scores. 4 at 52, or 4.5 at... Seen some scores that do represent an improvement from competition to competition. This is at 52 kilometers now. She's run through 49. We go up to the next speed, and we keep on running the speed in preset increments until she gets to the maximum speed. Whereupon clearing that, we start shortening the line. And there we go, Eloisa Acevedo. And if my reckoning is actually correct, I'm looking at some of the results that our 14-year-old Eloisa Acevedo is contributing in recent times. Now, by the sheer fact that she ran this pass of 52 kilometers an hour, I believe this is actually a personal best for her. By clearing 52K, she has now put herself in a position where she gets to see 55 kilometers an hour for the very, very first time. And all of this on 18.25 meters. And the last time that she skied this well, she scored 4 at 52K at this very same venue at the Ahumada Esquí Náutico. And that was in about the first week in November of last year that she got a personal best score of 4 at 52. Now she's past 52. Now this is 55. Come on, Eloisa. Come on, keep going. There you go. Good quick turn off number 3. Look at her go. She's round number 4. Come on, girl. There you go. Round number 5. Can she make it round number 6? Does she? Oh, and she... Oh my word. I tell you what, she was that close to seeing short line skiing for the first time, much less seeing 55K or maximum speed skiing on 18.25 meters for the first time. So well done, Eloisa Acevedo from Chile has thrown down here. She has the lead after 2 skiers. She scores 5, and that is 5 at max speed on 18.25 meters. But yes, she was so agonizingly close to trying out short line skiing for the very, very first time. We're looking at her going through round buoy number 4 and number 5. You can see how narrow she was going into number 6, and unfortunately couldn't get the ski outside the buoy line to score any portion of it, much less 6 buoys total. But there you go, great skiing from her, a new personal best. That is 5 on 18.25 meters at 55. That puts her into a 2 buoy lead ahead of Dominga Miranda. Maya Leonhardt is next to go, and she will represent Germany. All right, then, moving right along, skier number 3 off the dock and wearing bib 51. It is going to be Maya Leonhardt. Now, Maya Leonhardt. Now, all of the slalom scores that she's contributed up to this point on the International Waterski Federation's scoring, as she comes into the course at 55k on 16 meters. Now, all the scores that she's contributed have shown a maximum speed of 52k. Now, because she's moved up in age category from a 14-year-old to a 15-year-old, that means that the max speed is going to be higher, not 52 anymore, but it's going to be 55, and she makes her way through that opening pass. I believe that is 55k on the opening pass. We'll make doubly sure about that. 16 meters, 55k, and she gets through that pass. And she has actually skied into the 12-meter line on a previous maximum speed of 52k. The question is, can she replicate that kind of form when the max speed is cranked up another 3k? She certainly has the goods here. So good skiing there. All right, here we go. Coming in, this is Maya Leonhardt. Still getting some messages coming through across the world, and I'll highlight one or two of those in just a moment. Here we go, 14.25 meters. This is 55k, getting dragged down the course a little bit here, but I tell you what, she's worked hard in the off-season to convert from max speed of 52 to a max speed of 55, and doing very, very well there with 14.25 meters and getting to within at least a couple of line length shortenings within the scope of where she was able to compete in at 52k with the line lengths of 30 meters and 12 meters, for example. All right, a couple of messages coming through. Well done, good job, Bennett. And that seems to be echoed by a couple of people here. And blast from the past here. Hey, Vincent, Tony, good morning from Monroe. It's Connor Pauly contributing that message, and big congratulations to him, who in recent times, we wish him the best going forward, and he actually excels in entrepreneurship and won a major award recently called the Pelican Cup over in Monroe, along with some water skiing related compadres. So well done to him, and we certainly wish him the very best and thank him for joining us here. All right, then, here we go. Coming on in. This is Maya Leonhardt. This is 13 meters. A little bit of a longish pull into number 2. Looking good for number 3. Good to go for number 4. Can she hang on to this? Round number 5. Oh, no! And she brought the handle in too soon, and that rocked her weight distribution on the slalom ski to a point where she just was catapulted over the front of the slalom ski. That is Maya Leonhardt. She'll swim into the shore having scored either 5, 4 1/4 or 4 1/2. We'll get 4 1/2, I believe, is coming through on my my headset. 4 1/2 on 13 meters. That would represent a personal best for her at 55k max speed. Like I said, all the scores that she has contributed have been into 13 and 12 meters with a max speed of 52. So she's skiing her by comparison, skiing very, very closer to that. And she scored 4 1/2. And it almost looked like the boot prematurely released from the ski. Seemed to be the first thing to have left it anyway. But there you go. That is Maya Leonhardt, proving that she has the heart of a lion out there on the slalom course. A little bit back on buoy number 1, losing a bit of distance down course. Had she gotten a better start, she might have had a better finish. She might have even run the entirety of the pass of 30 meters, but it is what it is. It's 4 1/2, and now we move on to our next competitor. From Great Britain, it is Lara Cosgrove. All right, so Lara Cosgrove getting ready to go, and I'm seeing a little bit of a pattern here, especially so far as this series is concerned. Series 4, it would appear that that skiers in Series 4 have never contributed a score that would put them at the highest boat speed that women can ski at, which will be at 55k. So those that have a personal best or the best score with anything less than 55k as the max speed would automatically be put into Series 4, no matter how significant their performance were at 52k. It is what it is, as they say. All right, this now is 52k for the opener on 18.25 meters. The line certainly looks long enough for that. 52k. Alpha 2, a little bit of a longish pull to get round number 3. Good to go round number 4. Loading up, allowing the ski to rotate first and then just crank on the power. And that is a 6 buoy count. That is 6 buoys at 52k, 18.25 meters. Taking a first look on the slaloming dock for Aleska Musares of Peru. All right, just looking at the action here in the instant replay, and we're seeing Lara Cosgrove, member of a larger skiing family, including Izzy Cosgrove, who we'll see a little bit later in a latter series. But here we go. This is Lara Cosgrove, 18.25 meters. Oh, nice backside turn on buoy number 1. Not so much on number 2, but the ski tip is going airborne and not in a good way. There's 5. There's number 6. She gets the job done at 55k, 18.25 meters. I think it's safe to say that that's our first excursion in towards the ultimate max speed for women's competition, which is 55k. So there we go. That is a 6 buoy count, 18.25 meters, 55k. We'll see if she can do something of a similar nature on 16 meters with the boat speed being the same now. All right, so Lara Cosgrove getting plenty of dockside support from her coach, Ben Turp. A big shout out to the Turp family and all the others that are probably crowding round the ski hut right now and checking in to see what Lara Cosgrove can produce right here and now. Lara Cosgrove. There's number 1, nails that one. Round number 2, almost leaving the ski behind her, and that ski's still bouncing up and down, but I tell you what, she controls it well enough, and she gets round all 6 buoys. That is a 6 buoy count for Lara Cosgrove of Great Britain. 6 on 16 meters at 55k. Now, so far as Lara Cosgrove's depreciated personal best is concerned, and I do say that because any personal best that she had prior to this competition were produced with a max boat speed of 52k, being 14 and under at that time. Her best score, taking all of that into account, is about halfway down the course on 13 meters at 52k. We are on a 6 buoy count on 16 meters at 55k. So that gives you an idea of where she is so far as her talent level goes. Now 14.25 meters is next, as we see Aleska Musares of Peru once again, and she'll no doubt get ready. Clipping in her boot. Now, does she have that much confidence in Lara's ability to make it through 14.25 meters at 55k? We'll soon see. Entrance gates, round buoy number 1. Looking good, round number 2. Look at this. Getting a little bit flat into number 3. Round number 4 now. And needed to get something special there on the tail end of a 4, but unfortunately doesn't quite come to fruition. However, it is a 4 buoy count. It is a 4 buoy count, and that was Lara Cosgrove at 14.25 meters, and adding some vital team points to the British cause going forwards. Lara Cosgrove. That is 4 on 14.25 meters, and she didn't look all that bad right from the start. But she wasn't aggressive enough with the edge change into buoy number 2, and that delayed her path towards number 3, and she ended up going down course. Managed to get round number 4, but the thing that she needed to get done on number 2 also needed to happen on number 4 as well, and unfortunately she was about 5 to 10 foot later down range than at that point. So having to go around number 4 to get to her best score of 4 on 14.25 meters. But probably when you factor in a depreciated personal best at 52k was probably around about that range anyway. But on the next path to go afterwards, it's probably 6 of one, half a dozen of the other there. So 49K, Aleska Musares from Peru. Oh, nice approach there into buoy number 1 and looking good. Just trying to keep the line tight as possible. Now, every time that rope hits the water, it disrupts the skier, and a skier such as Aleska Musares, you know, being as light as she is, anything of that nature could be rather disruptive. However, having said all that, Aleska Musares gets through the opening pass of 49K, 18.25 meters, and we'll see what she can do at 52 coming up next. Always great to see that aerial shot of the drone flying ahead of the towboat, and here at TWBC we continue to push new innovation within the sport of tournament water skiing. We have a brand new drone model with improved lens, improved speed, improved functionality to give us improved coverage of tournament water skiing the events that we cover. Alexis Musares, or Aleska Musares, I should say. Okay, not looking bad at all for the most part. Aleska Musares getting through 49 and 52. Now the boat speed is going to be bumped up to the max speed. So Aleska Musares, and much like a few of the other skiers that we've seen previously, her personal bests are at 52K, and she skis at 55K for the max speed. In these championships, the max speed for the competitors of these championships is 55K, which is in place no matter who you are and no matter how old you are. She is age 13, which means she still has at least a year or so remaining of eligibility to ski with a boat speed of 52K. But unfortunately, in this instance, Aleska Musares hasn't had too much training or too much skiing at 55 kilometers an hour. And thus that results in that particular score. That was 18.25 meters. That was at 55K, and the score was 1.5 there for her. All right there. Luciana Morales from Colombia is coming up next. All right, there's Scott, the Rocket Man Ellis, and for those of you that want to listen to the podcast episode that I conducted with him during the course of the the IWWF World Open Waterski Championships that took place last season. Go to the TWBC podcast and you can check that out. We had a good old chin wag there in that locale right outside of Rochedo, and if you want to listen to that, please do. It's in the archive for the TWBC podcast, and one of the aims that I have this season is to make sure that we have at least one episode of the TWBC podcast every week during the course of a calendar year. I know it sounds crazy. I know it sounds completely bonkers, but for a sport that's crying out for exposure, you got to keep the content going every week of the year. And I sure hope that some of you appreciate that and are able to tune into the TWBC podcast, which is available on Spotify, YouTube, and many other places where you choose to listen to podcasts. TWBC podcast, check it out. All right, there, Luciana Morales. Okie dokie. Now there seems to be a little bit of stirring here. 60 meters, 49K. So 16 meters, 49K. Oh, a little flat into number one, I do have to say, and not too much activity so far as the edge change is concerned. Just trying to stay alive here, it would seem, especially into a 135 side. So looking okay on pass number one, but skiing rather flat into a 135 side turn. Now when a ski runs that flat, it doesn't have any kind of maneuverability or angle or turning motion to keep that line tight. And that ends up bringing you a little bit further down course. Notwithstanding the fact that line length is 16 meters, that kind of adds a wrinkle into the whole situation. But a pass is a pass. It is 6 buoys there for Luciana Morales. That was 49K 16 meters, and she'll now move up to 52K 16 meters, and she'll have to move up the boat speed all the way up until 55K. I beg your pardon, and then there will be a change in rope length. Normally should be accustomed to shortening the line after running this next pass, which is 52K, but because the rules for the Junior World Championships, the U17 Worlds, you have to get to max speed, whether it be 55K for girls or 58K for guys, before moving on to another line length. Luciana Morales, that is 52K, and leaving that one just a little bit late as she skiing more or less for survival rather than to put anything too substantial behind the boat and try and make her life a little bit easier. But let's see. We'll see what she does at 55K coming up soon. And maybe the fact that she's got some heavy taping around her right knee probably doesn't help. Probably skiing a little bit injured, which would maybe explain one or two of these turns and the subsequent angulations. All broken forward at the waist there into number 5, and All right, as we take a look at some of our crew, the Scholl brothers, Kelvin Kelm, through that pane glass of window there, Vincent Stadobauer. And then there's me, Luciano Morales, 16 meters, 55K. And Luciana Morales seems to have found a large enough shovel to dig with here, because she has put herself in a position where she's able to get through 60 meters at 55K, despite the fact that she is carrying a pretty significant injury, one would say. So some good skiing there, and at the right time too. So good skiing there. Now, normally the rule of thumb is that that if you take a decent amount of angle across the back of the boat and use that angle to assist you in the edge change, then it will 10 to 9 times out of 10 result in more angle at the backside of the buoy, and then it becomes a relatively simple case of keeping prescribed rhythm and continue on to possibly run the pass towards the end. I think she's kind of discovering that a little bit more and more as she goes along, as we continue on with our skier on the water, Luciana Morales. And what's going on here? Hello. Well, we need to get some communication with the boat here, because is that a slow time? That's unheard of. Slow times, I could probably understand. All right, Luciana Morales getting back into the water now. Okay, so here was the situation. Luciana Morales cleared the previous pass, but that pass was at 52K at 16 meters. The line length was correct, the boat speed wasn't. So now the boat speed is now going to be increased from 52K to 55K. Now, let's see what she can do here. There's one. Oh, good strike off number one. A little flat into number two. She's good for number two. She's good for number three. But unfortunately unable to get on the outside of four, losing distance all the way down the course. So that is going to be three at 16 meters. 55K, and which still leaves Maya Leonhardt in the lead with 4.5 on 13 meters, and Lara Cosgrove in second place with 4 on 14.25 meters. But what it does do for Luciana Morales, excuse my grammar, what it does for Luciana Morales, that score of a 3 on 16 meters at 55K, slots her into third place at this time. Gets the angle, but just doesn't have enough to maintain it across the back of the boat. And she carries too much speed, and then she realized where she was, and then it was all done by the shouting. All right there, so third place at the moment, 3 on 16 meters, 55K for Luciana Morales. Regina Halica from Mexico comes up next. All right, then, moving right along, our next competitor, third from last out off the dock, and will represent the last of our slalom action for today. It'll be Regina Laja from Mexico. All right. All right. Whenever the name of Regina is called on a webcast, it's normally like a starting line length of 14 or 13. Not 49K, as you will see from Regina Laja from Mexico. Not looking too bad, getting round all 6 buoys at 49K. Let's have a look at her approach into buoy number 1. I've thought for a second there that her approach into number 1 may have been without the inside gate buoy, but she appears to have gotten through that all right. 49K, 18.25 meters, seems to have found a good rhythm here. Just holding her width, holding her angle across the back of the boat, just making sure that everything is in rhythm and nothing is out of place. And she has bags of room into buoy number 6, but you kind of expect that's going to be the case with the line being on 18.25 meters. Okay, Regina Laja from Mexico. 52K, 18.25 meters. Good, solid start into buoy number 1. Looking good, looking in good shape here. And skiing with the master line, a gray line. The 2.0 version. We thank Masterline and Russell Gay for providing us with the ropes necessary for this competition. Is that grey or is that black? I'm not too sure, but there are 2 versions of the slalom line available. The stiffer line, which has been the staple of tournament water skiing for many years. And then in recent seasons, a system, a 2.0 version of that line has been made available that has just a little bit more give and a little bit more stretch while still maintaining durability whenever it comes to assessing and making sure that the ski line is of correct length and dimension. So, Regina Laja from Mexico, getting through 49 and 52, now getting ready for 55K, 18.25. All right, here we go, folks. Oh, handle up a little bit high. That's going to delay her entrance into buoy number 2, but she is prepared to work. She's prepared to fight her way out of this soup. She's good to go round number 4 and round number 5. And after an absolutely appalling start on 55K, 18.25 meters, she comes through in the clutch. All right, looking at Regina Lacher. 55K, 18.25 meters. The line length is now going to be shortened because we've reached a maximum speed. It goes from 18.25 meters to 16 meters. Good to see our fans of the sport are tuning in, especially our good friend from Perth in Western Australia. That's Heather Lynette Bonney. Enjoys watching the juniors and seeing many generations of skiers coming to the fore. And yeah, she's right. We've got Brett Ellis. He'll be jumping later on, and Ridge Kruger as well, and many others related to previous great competitors. They're here as well. This is 60 meters for Regina Lacher. Round number 3, and just got stalled and unfortunately didn't have a large enough shovel to dig a way out of that situation. So there we go. That is a 3 buoy count. That is 3 buoys on 60 meters. I would be curious to find out what her personal best is or was. So her previous best score was half a buoy on 60 meters at 55K. Which would actually, by default, mean that score there, a 3 at 16 meters at 55K for Regina Lacher, is a new personal best. So 3 on 16 meters, a new personal best for Regina Lacher. So well done. Congrats for Regina Lacher. Now we come down to our penultimate skier in the girls' Series 4 slaloming competition. And we're going to bring on a Chilean athlete, Andrea Anday. All right, here we go as we see the tail end of our instant replay there for Regina Lacher. We now bring on Andrea Anday, whose personal best coming into this event is 4 on 16 meters at 55K. She's decided to go at 49K. The line length is 18.25 meters, so she's wanting to take the scenic route to get to where she really truly wants to be. But getting into a little bit above her here with 18.25 minutes and not looking 100% in control. And she'll get through 18.25 minutes, but she won't feel entirely secure or happy about that run. Looks like a few of our spectators, including our boat driver there, Glenn Martin, enjoying a spot of something to eat. Wonderful cuisine here in this part of the world. Some of the best meat you'll ever find. And trying to put some beef into this leverage and this angle from going from one side of the course to the next. That is Andrea Anday from Mexico. So 52K. Oh, getting a little bit of a pickle there off number 2 into number 3 and getting down course, and unfortunately there for Andrea Anday. All right there. So my apologies. I was kind of a little bit distracted elsewhere whilst trying to get some notes together, but she does get all round all 6 there And the reason why she was able to get through all of the buoys on that pass is a good start on buoy number 1. Good edge change into buoy number 2, keeping the handle down. So Andrea Andai from Chile. All right, then, moving right along. Our next pass for Andrea Andai. This should be 14.25 meters, if I am correct. No, still on 18.25 meters. She went in on a sub-max speed and unfortunately comes up a little ways short there. So getting on the back of the ski and unable to ski much beyond that. She went through 49.52 and 55. And there she... Yep, she scored 6 at 49, 6 at 52, and a 1 1/2 at 55K, 18.25 meters. So Andrea and Dai, who earlier on in the season scored 4 on 16 meters. And 4.5 at 52. So getting nowhere near those particular scores in this instance. So now we're down to our final female slalom skier in this series of slalomers, Series 4, Annika Musares from Peru. And I'll go out on a limb here and say that Annika Musares is the sister of Aleska Musares. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but it would certainly appear to be the case. All right, moving down to our final competitor in today's Series 4 Girls Slalom Elimination, Annika Musares. We'll find out what the boat speed is and the line length. I would have met 18.25 meters. And probably like a lot of other competitors that have come into this event, a max speed back then was 52, now it's 55. 49K Alpha 2, which seems to be a common setting nowadays for the majority of the world's tournament slalomers. And there you go, good skiing there for Annika Musares. All right, so continuing on. Annika Masaris says a few of our folks are getting in a little bit of sun and checking out the action on the water as we round off the girls Series 4 Slalom elimination round here at the U17 World Waterski Championships. It's Annika Masaris. Nicely done. Looking in good shape there. Annika Masaris getting through 52K on 18.25 meters. Looked in very good shape, as a matter of fact. Looked in total control of that pass rather than the other way around. All right then, moving right along, and this is going to be 55K, 18.25 meters. Still out in the lead with 4.5 on 13 meters is Maya Leonhardt. Little flat-footed into number 1, Annika Masaris. Little flat into number 4 as well, but she's still there. She's still hanging on in there for dear life, and she gets round number 6. Tight line 6 through the exit gates. Fine effort there on 18.25 meters at 55K, and she motors along to the next pass of 16. All right, as we continue to roll along, as the sun breaks out from the cloud cover, it's really starting to get a little bit hot now, and Scott Ellis is even feeling it out there in the towboat as he brings the Malibu Response TXI straight down the middle of the path for the slalom course. Annika Masaris, 16 meters. Oh, and the wind kicking up here a little bit, and that kind of threw her for a bit of a loop there. So it is going to be 2 on the 16-meter line, 2 on 16 meters for Annika Masaris to bring to a temporary close the women's, the girls' slalom event in the preliminary round. We are in Series 4. We still got 3 more series 3, 2, and 1. And that will take place within about the next couple of days. But that is a slalom for today, and we're going to have a quick look at the leaderboard once our final scores have come in. We've got Maya Leonhardt with 4.5 on 13 meters, looking in good shape there. 4 on 14.25 meters for Lara Cosgrove. Luciano Morales with 3 on 16 in a two-way tie with Regina Laja from Mexico with a 3 on 16, and rounding off the top 5 is Annika Masares with that score of 2 buoys on 16 meters, which we just saw a few seconds ago. So, as we continue on with these championships, the World U17 Championships here at the Ahumada Waterski School, my name is Tony Lyford, and glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. Our next event, our last event of the day, is 3 series, yes folks, you heard me right, 3 series of boys jump in the under-17. So stick around for that. The coverage of this competition will continue on within about the next 25 or 26 minutes as we continue to determine who our finalists will be in this competition. And the first of our finalists we will know by the end of the day, because it will be the 12 best boys under-17 jumpers in the world. Stick around, folks. More coverage of this event will be coming your way from the Ahumada Waterski Club right outside the town of San Jose in the province of Cordoba. And all of that coverage to come right after this.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. a private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Masterline, made in the USA.
En Banco Nación tenés una tarjeta con muchos beneficios. La pedís 100% online, fácil y rápido. Y después la disfrutas acá, acá, acá y también acá. Si querés beneficios, el Banco Nación está.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. Go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Eagle, made in the USA.
En Banco Nación tenés una tarjeta con muchos beneficios. La pedís 100% online, fácil y rápido. Y después la disfrutas acá, acá, acá y también acá. Si querés beneficios, el Banco Nación está.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
Well, returning to continuing coverage of this, the U17 World Waterski Championships, coming to you from Ahumada Waterski Club, right here in the middle of Argentina. My name is Tony Lightfoot. Glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. All right, so we've got a whole host of competitors getting ready to go. We've got Evan Kunt, our first competitor to take to the water, followed by Jace Townsend, Cristobal Miranda, Diego Tejeda, James Cosgrove, Cristobal Chicaro, Samuel Jaramillo, Carla Millward, Joshua Runciman, and Lars Kuhn. And that is those are the competitors. Those are the competitors in Boys Jump Series 3. We are going to we're going to go to Series 2 after we've completed these 10 competitors. And about halfway through this series, Series 2, we're on Series 3, but once we get to Series 2, about halfway through, we'll move the ramp height from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters, thus meaning that the jump at this stage of the competition in Series 3 is 1.50 meters. All right, here we go. 3/4 cut, it looks like, for our first jumper. This is Ethan Kunt. Or it might even be a single. No, it's going to be a straight up 3/4. Ethan Kuntz coming in from Canada, who had a pretty horrid time so far as slaloming is concerned, but at least he redeems himself a little bit there with jump number 1. It's getting a lot of encouragement, a lot of pep from the Canadians along the shoreline. Just kind of squatting a little bit before the jump and getting a decent amount of lift. Nothing earth-shattering at the moment, but we'll get the jump distance coming through any moment now as we have a look at the instant replay. Nice good angle into the base of the jump there and holding his edge all the way through. So as we await for our next competitor to take to water, Jace Townsend, we should get a distance any moment now for Jason Kuntz. All right, as we continue to ascertain what he jumped on jump number 1, we're bringing him on jump number 2. All right, so with 32.4 meters, but with a slow boat time, so that is kind of held a little bit in escrow at the moment. And passing up on jump number 2, which means the possibility of a rewrite based upon jump number 1 is still very much in play, pending what he jumps on jump number 3. As a matter of fact, the first jump there had a fast boat time, so that jump that you just saw from Ethan Kuntz may actually be a direct rewrite on jump number 1, but we'll try and ascertain and give you the best available information that we have at this moment. However, jump number 1 is 32.4 meters, taking all of that into account, 32.4. A little over 100 feet. And we'll see what Ethan Kuntz can do with the third and last jump. All right there, so took a pass on jump number 2. And that first jump distance recorded a fast time, but we got the distance for it anyhow with 32.4. We'll try and give you the distances the best we can in the feet and inches system as well. But you will find that readily available with the bottom third graphic, and also with the IWWF scoring system. Here he comes, Ethan Kuntz with K as the letter setting on jump there, and 48 kilometers an hour with his boat speed. Certainly a tall figure of a skier. And that boat is making its way back towards the course, because I think that he knows in his heart of hearts that third and last jump distance doesn't overhaul the distance that he produced on his first jump, which is 32.4. So 32.4 on the first jump, or 106. We're waiting on the distance on this one before we get information from our officials as to how we deal with the fast boat time that was produced on the first jump. Second jump didn't record a distance, and it is 29 meters exactly, or 95 feet. Which means that we will re-ride jump number 1 as his best jump distance. We'll re-ride a jump number 1 because it produced a fast time. So officially, his only official jump distance is 29 meters exactly, which was produced on the last jump. Turning in. Oh, a little bit more of a concerted effort there on jump number 3 to get more in terms of distance. So skier looking to redeem himself a little bit as a result of his effort there in the slalom. A little bit earlier on, we saw that huge crash, certainly the crash of the tournament so far, where his foot came completely off the ski coming into buoy number 6 on his opening pass. So this fourth jump, which is a re-ride of jump number 1, will be producing a distance very, very soon. A little bit of a lean into the turn, which meant that his left ski got a little de-weighted. And the jump distance should be coming through any moment now, and it is 29.7, 29.7, which is his official jump distance, his longest, 29.7, or 97 feet, 29.7, or 97 feet for those of you measuring in feet and inches. So, Jace Townsend, another skier from Canada, will be taken to the water now. And what some of you eagle-eyed followers will notice is that most of our jumpers, at least towards the midpoint of this series and all the way through Series 2 and Series 1, will actually be using a contraption called an arm sling, which is basically a band of canvas which secures the right arm into the body and allows for the jumper to transfer the majority of the pull from the shoulders down to the waist, a far safer way of controlling the boat's pull. And the arm sling was actually totally invented by accident by a jumper in the United States. as a way of keeping that right arm in close to the body to alleviate hard landings and preventing his shoulder from being popped out at the same time. But he found out that that the use of such a device actually added some distance on top of his existing jump, so he continued to use it, and then people caught on and they used that. So there you go. So some of the most influential and most consequential inventions in terms of water skiing were sometimes created by accident, such as the rope release, and actually the one of the persons who I got to talk to for the podcast, as we saw that jump there from Jace Townsend. We'll get the distance on that very soon. But one of the people that I did a podcast with within the last couple of days was the legendary Australian skier Bruce Coburn, and that episode yet to be published on the TWBC podcast. But when it does, I'm sure that you'll have plenty to take away from that. As we see Jace Townsend, a good solid jump there, brings the handle down a little twisted in the air. Yet to get the jump distance, and because he's taken a straight up single cut into the jump, the jump distances won't nearly be as far as anyone who could get distance off a 3/4 cut, and to that aim would have to measure off a lower grid. And that brings us to the subject of how do you actually get the distances from each jump? Well, we have a couple of cameras, and they're tied into a computer, and those cameras produce an imaginary grid. When the jumper lands, it creates a splash behind the bindings. The system locates that splash, and then on the basis of that, and comparing where the jumper landed within the grid, it spits out a distance in a few seconds to within 10 centimeters. 17.3 meters is the first jump distance, or 57 feet. Oh, he's going to go for the 3/4 here. Now he's going to have difficulty keeping that handle down and prevent it from being pulled off the jump via the shoulders. But I tell you what, he is out there. He's giving it his all on letter C. And a good-looking jump there for Jace Townsend. 17.3 on the opener. But I would imagine that because he used the 3/4 cut and gained more speed and more height, that his second jump distance is going to be significantly further. A little bit of a crush, but that's to be expected. When you're bringing it in towards the jump and you're almost doubling the speed of the boat, it can you can sometimes get a little bit crushed, but he did get a lot of height, and that height results in a jump distance of 19.2 meters or 63 feet. So 63 feet. I'd be curious to find out what his personal best is, but I unfortunately don't have much of any information so far as Jace Townsend is concerned, but I would imagine that if he was to get somewhere close to 20 meters or even 25 meters, that may actually represent his personal best jump. But let's see what he's got. Let's see if he's got any fire left in the tank here. 19.2 meters, his best jump distance. Our best jump distance in the competition so far after two competitors is 29.7 meters, courtesy of Ethan Kuntz. Coming in. He's bringing this one home. Nice. He certainly had more speed, but the kind of knock-on effect of having more speed is it brings you to within the range of the jump a lot earlier, and sometimes you're just going to have to flatten the skis off in order to actually be in a position to actually hit the jump if you're carrying that much speed. Now he was certainly a little bit later. He carried more off the second wake, but he just arrived a little bit too soon in front of the jump for my liking at least. But a good effort there from Jace Townsend. He comes to us from a water skiing family, and a family that has been involved in skiing for many, many years and has represented Canada with distinction over the years. But you can see that he was a skosh earlier on his approach into the base of that jump. He was a little bit more towards the left of the bottom part of that surface. But having said all that, it is a 19-meter jump, 19 meters or 62 feet. Yes. So consistent. Coming off the jump and trying to kick him back a little bit. That's why his skis were a little bit crossed in the back coming off the jump. So his best jump is 19.2. That puts him in second place after two competitors. Current leader, Ethan Kuntz, with 29.7. All right, now we have the pleasure of introducing an exciting young jumper here. And that jumper is going to be Cristobal Miranda. I've seen this guy jump before. He really piles on the heat. He's just really enthusiastic for the jump event, and he'll actually be one of our first jumpers in this jump event to actually use the arm sling, of which I described in detail a little bit before we took one of the other jumpers. And it looks like we got a little bit of a timeout going on between the officials. All right, so it looks like we got a technical delay. So with that, we'll step aside, and when we return, we will have the continuation of the U17 World Waterski Championships in Boys Jump Series 3 next.
In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
All right, so skier on the water is Cristobal Miranda. All right, Cristobal Miranda now. He may be short in stature, but I tell you what, he packs a punch out there in the jump event, because just take a look at some of his distances. His best jump distance, I believe, at least according to my sources, 37.4 meters. This guy has backed it up with jumps of 35, 33, 32, 34, 36 meters. You know, this guy's got it. And we'll see if he can float one out there, maybe over the halfway mark between 30 and 40 meters, maybe be over 40 meters. Who knows? Suffice to say, there is a pretty sizable target that Cristobal Miranda would inevitably be aiming for. Something over 40 meters, and that would be something, wouldn't it? He's certainly got all the gear. He's got the jump skis, he's got the speed suit, he's got the arm sling, and he's got a full double cut. 5-foot high ramp. Boat speed 48k, which has been a constant between our last two jumpers. And here he comes, Cristobal Miranda. Oh, look at that! Good looking jump there for the young pocket rocket himself. There you go, Cristobal Miranda. Getting some advice from his father, Totti Miranda. I'll tell you what, this is going to be an intriguing distance. Taking in a lot of heat, lifting the left ski up off the second wake to generate even more power across the ramp surface. This has got to be in excess of over 30 meters. How far over 30 is yet to be determined. And looks as tidy as you like. That is nearing perfection so far as technique is concerned. So looking at 41.1 meters, it's a new personal best for Cristobal Miranda. 41.1. The man's on fire. So, generating a lot of heat and a lot of power behind that Malibu Response TXI. Fantastic effort there for Cristobal Miranda. We're only on to our third competitor, and already we have a personal best pending for Cristobal Miranda with 41.1 meters. Here he comes, Cristobal Miranda. Let's see what he has in store for us. Turns, sets, digs it in. Oh, and he got more push off the top of the jump there. More pressure across the leg. Oh, and he's down. Oh, my word. That would have been an absolutely sensational jump because he definitely got more pull off the top edge of the jump through his left arm. But as it is... But what a great jump there from Cristobal Miranda. Now, let's have a look at this instant replay. Coming in, tries to celebrate, and realizing that he's in trouble. And I think he learned a lesson from that. But I tell you what, these skiers from Chile, especially Cristobal Miranda, are nothing if not emotional. There you go. There's the celebration. And there is the frustration. All right, then. So Cristobal Miranda, no distance on jump number 2, resulted in the fall. But I tell you what, if that jump sets him up for anything, it's that if he can get more pull off the top of the jump and just use his left arm to do so, then he will be in fantastic shape. 41.1 meters for Cristobal Miranda. They talk about where the future of the sport is going to come from. You may be looking at it right now. Cristobal Miranda. Let's see what he's got on his third and last jump. First of all, let's see how he lately brings this initial cut. Pulls out. He past the 7, past the 6. 550, which is about a 180 meters, just a skosh over, or a little over 150 meters away from the jump. Here he comes. Oh, look at that brilliant lift there, and he just came in with a whole bunch of speed. He lands it this time. So let's give it up for him, please, with a new personal best pending for Cristobal Miranda. Never jumped anywhere close to 40 meters prior to this event, and he's already jumped 40 meters once on jump number 1. Took in a lot of heat, little bit of pressure on his left ski, but that's by no means a bad thing sometimes. So what is the jump distance? It will come through in a moment there for Cristobal Miranda. Is very, very stable. 40.5, 40.5, a good backup. So two jumps out of 3 over 40 meters. Could have actually been a third jump of over 40 meters had he have landed that second jump. So with a new personal best, projected to be about 135 feet or 41.1 meters. That's Cristobal Miranda. Diego Tejeda of Peru is our next competitor, and he wears bib number 71. All right, jumper on the water from Peru, Diego Tejeda. All right, so moving on to our competitor on the water is Diego Tejeda. First or best jump, or at least the furthest jump that he's recorded so far this season is a 19.1 meter jump. All right, looks like he's going to be approaching the jump with a single cut, same speed, slightly higher ladder. Taking a slow, sedate approach. And the landing looked pretty good. I'm not too sure whether it's going to be anything over 20 meters, but it's certainly a decent enough start. right, let's have a look and see. Up and over, and lands and rides that one out. So that is Diego Tejeda of Peru. So the distance that I'm hearing, 18.2 meters, 18.2 meters, or 60 feet exactly. All right, then. Looks like he is going to be attempting a three-quarter cut here, at least judging by his position in relation to the wake. Let's see what Diego Tejeda has in store for us. He's all the way on the back of the skis, which isn't going to help him much. Carries in a little bit more speed, and by that token, it should result in a bigger jump. Already starting off with 18.2 meters, I kind of suspect that jump will be closer to 20. So decent looking second jump there, and we see the view from the three-quarter angle. Losing a bit of speed off that cut, and looks like we got another personal best. If he hasn't seen 20 meters before, he's certainly seen it now. It is 20.3 meters, 20.3. So, it looks like he's fairly happy with his effort so far, but he can... let's see if he can retain a little bit more speed off his turn and his cut through the wakes into the jump. He certainly has plenty of push to get outside as wide as he can on the right-hand side, but it's here that he loses the speed as he squares up to the jump and gets the height. So that is Diego Tejeda of Peru. Skiing back into the dock, he's done with his effort. So, decent looking jump. We await the distance any moment now from our officials. And it is 20.8 meters, 20.8. 20.8 or a 68-footer. All right, here we are at the IWWF U17 World Waterski Championships, being pulled by the powerful, mighty Malibu Boats Response TXI. We we send a big shout out to Malibu and indeed its entire dealership network who are carrying this this coverage of these U17 World Waterski Championships live, coming to you from Argentina. And on the water right now, it's going to be James Cosgrove of Great Britain. And he'll certainly get plenty of cheer and a lot of support from his British fans who are lined up along the shore side. We're live from the province of Cordoba, the 5th largest province in the entirety of Argentina in terms of land mass, and the 2nd largest province in Argentina on the basis of population. Home to over 3 million people on a land mass that is 165,000 square kilometers. This is mainly agricultural land. Much of what grows here is feeds a nation, whether it be chicken and potatoes and beef and all that good stuff. And as a matter of fact, right next door to this facility is a potato farm. Here comes James Cosgrove. 48 kilometers an hour, letter N. N for November. Let's see if he can drop this one in. Nice, hug in the bottom right-hand corner there and really pushing himself to make it onto the jump and to carry a lot of speed into the jump and off it. So James Cosgrove, a little bit of left shoulder pressure coming into the base of the jump, but is still able to make it on and get a halfway decent distance on jump number 1. Still waiting on the distance, but the technique was tidy. So again, a distance. This is going to be over 30 meters. Of that, I have no doubt. So 31.4 meters, confirmed distance 31.4 meters. And that is a distance of 103 feet. All right, so James Cosgrove already has a distance in the books, 31.4 meters. Here he comes, James Cosgrove of Great Britain coming in. Good flight, good float into the landing. All right, so James Cosgrove with a decent look in a second jump. Let's see how that compares to what he's done in the past. So in last year, the best he was able to jump was 28.1. So actually, by jumping over 30 meters or 31.4, he's actually created himself a new personal best, which gets even better because he's jumped 32.2. So PB territory here. 32.2, a new personal best there for James Cosgrove to add to the previous personal best jump of 31.4. So he's on the money at the moment. Here he comes, James Cosgrove. Now let's see if he's got anything left. Anything left that he can just expend here. 32.2 meters is the jump there on jump number 2. Certainly going to have to go hard to go anywhere close to Cristobal Miranda. And unfortunately, whatever distance that is going to be, we will never know because he's unable to ride it out. So, but James Cosgrove falling on the third jump. Thankfully, has distances on the first and second, and his best jump out of those two was 32.2 meters to conclude his effort. All right there. So our next competitor to take to the water will be Cristobal Mendoza. All right, then on the water, Cristobal Mendoza. All right, then, Cristobal Mendoza, his personal best, 19.4 meters, according to the information that I have in front of me. Produced that effort over at the Bolivarian Games in Lima. A little bit of activity going on dockside. We see there Samuel Jaramillo. All right, here we go, folks. This is Cristobal Mendoza trying to chase down a lead distance of 41.1 meters. Taking a straight up single cut on jump number 1, a little flat going in, and almost a squatting on that jump there as he hit it, which certainly isn't going to help him so far as lift is concerned, but we'll see what he has in terms of distance. A single cut, which means it's not going to be of any threat to anyone that has jumped prior to him in terms of distance, but just wants to get a distance down in the books, so he doesn't have to worry about being able to score a point for his team or indeed himself. A decent jump. Okay, so 18.5 meters, 18.5 or 61 feet, 18.5. So let's see what he does here. And looks like he is going to fancy his chances with a three-quarter cut, try and maintain a little bit more speed into the base of the jump. 48 kilometers now, letter H on the zero off setting. Here he comes, a little flat across the wake, a decent edge. And that jump is going to be further. The question is by how much? Decent looking jump, looked fairly safe, and nothing that's really going to trouble the remainder of the field, but looking a little bit stiff there with his approach. But despite all of that, he jumped 21.7 meters, 21.7. That is a personal best, his first time over 20 meters. Who knew? So some activity around the dock taking place. Samuel Jaramillo will be next up to jump, and then we'll see Carter Millward and Joshua Runciman and Lars Kuno all getting set and ready to go. Here we go. Up and over, and we'll land and ride it out. So coming back into the dock with a new personal best of 21.7 meters. That is Cristobal Mendoza. All right, we're going to get the distance there for Cristobal. 20.6, and looked very, very rigid and looked very, very methodical with his approach to hitting that jump with the three-quarter cut. Just needs to loosen up a little bit, one would feel, and I think that he would benefit a lot with that kind of strategy. All right, now moving on, Samuel Jaramillo from Colombia. All right, still plenty of activity going around dockside. The women's competitors are done for the day with their Series 4 slalom elimination round. Still more elimination rounds of competition to come within the next day or so. So, excuse me. Samuel Jaramillo up in the boat speed of 51k, which is the maximum. and able to land and ride that one out with the zero off letter being M. So again, a little bit twisted as he hit the jump there, and that would have affected his distance. So Samuel Jaramillo, personal best of 23.7. And I would surmise that jump is very, very closer to that. So, 24.2, which in anyone's book is more than 23.7, which means, yep, you guessed it, a new personal best. So he's got 2 jumps remaining, and let's see if he can crack this one open and see if he can fly over 25 meters. Might be a bit of an uphill struggle for him to get anywhere close to 41.4, which is 41.1, which is the current lead held by Cristobal Miranda. And it's certainly going to be an even more of an uphill struggle because he's deciding to stay with the single cut at 51K at letter M. Nice landings, the most impressive thing about that. So just looking at this once again. So I give this for him. He's consistent, 24.2 on jump number 1. And I think it's going to be about the same distance on jump number 2. There you go. Consistency certainly working in his favor there with a 24.2 or 79 feet.
Le sacó fotocopia al primer salto, Samu. Repitió la distancia 24.2.
So, skier on the water. 2 jumps under his belt. 24.2 meters. His personal best jump was a little over 23 meters, so he's already eclipsed that. Let's see if he can do something a little different here. There you go, and hitting the jump and just trying to kick a little bit too far back there. We just allowed the boat to actually pull him up over his skis. He might have actually gotten a little bit more out of the ramp on that attempt. But 24.2 meters, a new personal best for him. And we seem to be getting a lot of personal bests, and probably due to the wake and the power and everything else that comes with the package that is the Response TXI by Malibu Boats. All right, so that last jump there was 23.2 meters, and you see squatting on the jump there and losing a lot of distance as a result. That is Samuel Jaramillo, 23.2, but his best jump distance and replicated, as a matter of fact, were 24.2. Samuel Jaramillo. 3 competitors to go in boys Series 3 jumps. Next competitor up is going to be Carter Millward.
La barra cafetera preparando la bandera para Noruega, está en el medio del lago. Bien ubicado siempre Colombia.
All right, so here is our, that was our schedule. Jumps series 3, 2, 1.
World record ropes masterline.
En Banco Nación tenés una tarjeta con muchos beneficios. La pedís 100% online, fácil y rápido. Y después la disfrutas acá, acá, acá y también acá. Si querés beneficios, el Banco Nación está.
Alrighty, folks, let's continue on with coverage of the World U17 World Waterski Championships from Ahumada Waterski Club right here in the middle of Argentina, and our skier on the water is at this time Carter Millward. Here we go, Carter Millward on jump number 1, 51K, 51. 51 kilometers now, letter K. And not looking at all bad there with that effort. Is it going to be anywhere close to Cristobal Miranda's scintillating personal best effort? We'll find out in just a moment. Skis a little bit together there, but coming across the ramp and looking in good fettle there. All right, then the distance coming through, and it'll be coming through as 35.1, 35.1. Now, how does that compare to what he's jumped previously? Well, his personal best is 35.6, so he's pretty close to that. And he's got two more jumps remaining. So he's already recorded his second longest jump in his lifetime, with jump of 35.1. Okay, so here we go. Carter Millward. Oh, look at that. Good edge all the way through and good launch. And unfortunately, the landing doesn't quite match. All right, so we're looking here. Carter Millward with the instant replay comes in with a lot of heat and was well over the tips of his jump skis there. But unfortunately, not enough pressure on his right ski to stabilize the pressure he was putting on the left. So a fall on jump number 2. For much of that jump, it looked very, very well indeed, you know, but unfortunately when he landed, he threw his weight back and unfortunately getting all kinds of squirrely and unable to ride out that jump. Okay, so coming in on his third and last attempt. 35.7 on the first. His personal best is a skosh over 36 meters. Let's see what he's got. Oh, and he passes up on that one. That's a shame because that had the makings of a brilliant-looking jump there from Carter Millward. So unable to get much of anything going on with the remaining 2 jumps. A fall on the pass, but he has a jump of 35.1 meters to his credit, or 115 feet. Now we come down to our final 2 jumpers in this series. We're going to see Lars Kuhner in just a few minutes, but before him, Joshua Runciman. So another skier from New Zealand on the water right now. This is Joshua Runciman. All right, here we go now. This is Joshua Runciman. He's got 3 jumps at his disposal, selecting letter K on 51 kilometers an hour. Keeps a good tight line as he drives his way off the turn and nails the jump. And a good steady posture over the skis, and that results in a brilliant landing and a smooth, uneventful ride out. So here's Joshua Runciman. This jump should be in excess of 30 meters. Jams that right ski as soon as he hits the jump. But he doesn't crush nearly as much as some of the others that we've seen. So the jump distance coming through. It is 37.6 meters, or 123 feet. By comparison, jumping 37.6 meters, and well, you guessed it, folks, it's another personal best. 37.6 for Joshua Runciman. So beats out his personal best, which had existed at the distance of 33.6. And he's chomping at the bit for more. Let's see what he's got here. This is Josh Runciman. Drives off the turn, digs in hard, and that jump should be a little bit closer towards 40 meters. And that will deliver some heat upon Cristobal Miranda, who's still in the lead with 41.1. Let off a little bit just before hitting the jump to square himself up and get a little bit more in terms of lift. All right, losing a little bit of distance on that jump. That is 36.6. 36.6. Or 120 feet exactly. 120 feet or 36.6. He is our penultimate skier in Boys Series 3 jumps. So let's see if he has anything more in the tank. He's already jumped a PB on the first jump. He's probably backed it up with a 36.6 meters. Both personal best level jumps there for Josh. So our skier from New Zealand has one more crack at this jump. Let's see if he can take advantage of it. Lifting the ski, letting it drop, and now turning in good shape here off the second wake. Oh, nicely done. Very, very close to the bottom right-hand corner, and just about managing to ride it out There we go, Josh Runciman of New Zealand as he skis in towards the dock. Good, solid effort there from him. He's already the possessor of a new personal best of 37.6. So 37.6 on jump number 1, 36.6 on jump number 2, and backs it up with a pretty tidy distance there on jump number 3. How far is that jump? We will know just momentarily. Oh man, this is pure artistry right here with this shot. Bam! Hits the jump, good angle, good distance. All right, and a new personal best once again for Josh Runciman, 39 meters exactly. 39 meters exactly, or 128 feet. And now that brings us down to our final competitor in Series 3 in the boys jumping competition. He comes to us from Germany, and his name is Lars Kuhner. So Lars Kuhner, just to give you the skivvy so far as his best jump distance is concerned, 37.5 meters. That's his PB, recorded last year at the Jolly Overall Cup, the second edition of that tournament in San Gervasio Bresciano in the region of Lombardy in Italy. And by the way, these personal bests are tumbling at the moment. Who's to say that the Lars Kuhner may want to join the party per se? All right then, folks, here we go. This is Lars Kuhner, our last jumper in Series 3. Then we'll go on to Series 2, which will have 6 jumpers at the 1 meter 50 ramp height that we're on right now, and then 3 more jumpers to go at the 1.65 meter ramp height. I'll tell you the significance of those two things in just a moment as we see Lars Kuhner land off on jump number 1. All right, here's the significance. In Series 2 boys jump, the first 6 competitors all go at the 1 meter 50 ramp height. Now the last 3 all go at 1.65 meter ramp height, but check this. Series 1 has 9 competitors, and if 12 go through to the final, then it would mean that technically all 9 competitors, provided that they all jump to their potential and put out a distance that would put them within the top 9, then they would all make it through to the next round of the competition, on top of which, if the 3 competitors that jump a 1 meter 6'5", Asher Dixon, Jager King, and Taj Reeves all jump to their potential, then they could make it through to the finals. But if any of them slip, then it could mean that someone like a Cristobal Miranda or even someone like Lars Kuhner could make it through to the next round of the jumping competition. However, so far as Lars Kuhner is concerned, he's got some work to do, because that first jump is 36.4 meters. You just saw briefly the leaderboard. Cristobal Miranda, as I mentioned, 41.1 he has the lead. Joshua Runciman with 39 meters exactly. And Lars Kuhner, with his jump distance of 36.4, has just vaulted into third place right now. Here he comes from Germany. This is Lars Kuhner. Up and over, good dose of speed, good lift. Still his personal best, still remains intact at 37.5 meters, and we'll wait to get the jump distance on jump number 3, or indeed jump number 2, which is the jump that we just seen just a moment or two ago. Oh, and it's not looking particularly auspicious there for Lars Kuhne. 35.1, 35.1, or 115 feet. So he is going to have to dig deep here with his third and last. Personal bests are by no means an automatic, although it may seem to be the case, judging by the jumps that we've seen from some of our previous competitors, especially behind the brand new Response TXI towboat, courtesy of Malibu. They're providing the power and the force behind the pole that is launching these skiers into new heights and new lengths as well. All right, here comes Lars Kuhne. 37.5 meters is his personal best. His best jump here is 36.4. What can he do? He's got to conjure up something here to stay in the mix. Better looking jump if he can land and ride it out. Yes, he can. Is that enough? Is that enough to at least keep him in contention? Lars Kuhne, our last jumper to take to the water in the Boys Series 3 jumping. Has had a jump of 36.4 on the opener, 35 as a backup, and now we're waiting to see what he can do on the third and last jump so far as distance is concerned. Maybe 40 meters is not out the realms of possibility, but we have to be patient here. Have to make sure that we get everything correct, and we're waiting on the distance coming through. 37.1, 37.1, not quite personal best territory, within a half a meter of that realm, but 37.5 meters. That keeps him in third place right now, Lars Kuhne. Still in second, we've got Josh Runciman, and still in the lead with that jumper jumping at 5 foot high. It's not even 5 foot high, is he? Cristobal Miranda with 41.1 meters, jumping at 46 kilometers now with letter C on the 0 off, ahead of Josh Runciman with 39 meters, a personal best for him, and Lars Kuhne with 37.5. Those are your top three. Be sure to subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel to be a part of the conversation so far as our message board is concerned, located to the right-hand side of the player. All right, then, we've got Boys Series 2 jumps about to take place. You are watching continuing coverage of the 2026 IWWF World Under-17 Waterski Championships, coming to you live from Ahumada Waterski Club in the province of Cordoba. And when we come back, we will have more jumping coming your way next.
Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous waterski hotspots.
DNCA finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
All right then, folks, welcome back to live and continuing coverage here at the Ahumada Waterski Club in the province of Cordoba, here in the Republic of Argentina. And our skier on the water and our first competitor out in Boys Series 2 is New Zealand's Samuel Mackenzie. A lot of variables in play, a lot of potential scenarios could play out, but here is one major one to consider. Currently, Cristobal Miranda is currently in the lead on 41.1 meters, an absolutely scintillating distance when you consider the height of the ramp, the boat speed, and everything that went into that jump. So, if nothing else, Cristobal Miranda would walk out of here with a personal best. However, if Cristobal Miranda, between now and the end of the boys' the situation as it stands right now is that if Cristobal Miranda remains undefeated with the next 7 competitors on this list, then he will be one of the first competitors to be admitted through to the boys' jumping final, the 12-skier final, which will take place on Sunday. Here we go, folks. This is Samuel Mackenzie. Here he comes, jump. Oh, and he's all over the show. He tries to take the pull off the turn and get set into a decent position. But unfortunately, nothing was doing there right off the turn. I think that is the perfect example of what it is to spike the switch. A hard turn right to the beginning, and what that tends to do, and this has been talked about a lot in the jumping circles, is that a lot of skiers previously have taken a hard turn, and what that does, the zero off and its jump algorithm with the jump switch aggressively hits back hard. And sometimes the jumper, with his position off the turn, still being developed, just cannot take that kind of force that early on. So to that end, when all is said and done, Samuel Mackenzie had absolutely no option but to refuse that first jump. Let's see if he can be a little bit more gentle with the turn and just wait to turn and get into position rather than hitting it hard and trying to do a Tim Bradstreet, who incidentally, after so many years since he set that jump record in 2010, that jump distance of 59.8 meters over in San Gervasio Bresciano, the Junior World Championships all the way back there in 2010, some many years ago now. 16 years ago. I mean, it's hard to imagine that in that time, that jump has essentially been unchallenged by any of the latest crop of skiers that have emerged within that time. Almost 20 years has passed since that record was established in Italy at the Junior World Championships. Samuel McKenzie. Gotta be soft on the switch. That's better. Coming off the turn, getting set in, driving in hard. And a good looking jump there from Samuel McKenzie from New Zealand. He'll get a distance registered. He has one more jump to come. So, Samuel McKenzie, who has a personal best jump of 33.4 meters. I think that jump could well be challenged with this distance. So a pass on jump number 1, a distance on jump number 2. We await that distance to be made official. Still waited on that distance, getting a good pull across his left shoulder into the landing. And it is 37.8 or 124. 37.8 or 124 feet. Still a little bit behind the 8 ball here. So Samuel McKenzie has one final roll of the dice here to stay in contention for one of those valuable spots, those 12 valuable spots through to the boys' jump final. He has got to conjure up a distance that would supersede 41.1 meters, the distance which is currently in the lead courtesy of Cristobal Miranda. Here he comes. Better looking jump there, but I think that he shunted the ramp a little bit more with his left shoulder this time around and lost a bit of distance as a result. A little bit of twist in motion didn't exactly help his cause either. But turns in, soft on the switch. He certainly learnt from the first attempt. Lays down that right ski just prior to him hitting the ramp surface on the third and last. And the jump distance comes through. It is good enough for second place right now. It is 39.2. 39.2. And that is a personal best. 39.2 meters. For Samuel McKenzie. Not enough for the lead. So tantalizingly close to breaking the 40-meter barrier. But I'm sure he'll be happy that he jumped a personal best. A 6-meter personal best, don't forget. So there we go, Samuel McKenzie. We are in the midst of a jump festival right now. We are going absolutely stark raving bonkers here as we get ready for No Osorio from Colombia. So looking at the available data that I have on Noah Osorio, his personal best jump is 37.3. Looks like it could well be a distance that could well represent easy pickings for him in light of what we've seen so far with the previous jumpers. So there we go. We've got Noah Osorio with 37.3 meters. Bear that in mind as we continue to monitor the situation. Age 16, He's competed in a number of major events across Latin America, including the Bolivarian Games, representing his country there in Lima, Peru. So here we go, folks. Coming on in. No Osorio. Personal best of a little over 37 meters. Let's see if he's got something a little bit more in the tank here with jump number 1. Oh, almost looking like he was going to refuse that jump there, being as early as he was coming off the second wake into the jump, but still managing to hold a little bit of speed and a little bit of angle to be able to hit that and register a jump distance, and from there he can start to really wind it on, as it were. Just very careful off the turn, not to hit the switch so hard or too early. Comes in with a good amount of speed, but I suspect that jump may not be anywhere closer to his personal best jump distances. However, I have been wrong before. All right, it is 36 meters. 36 meters or 118 feet. 36 meters, 36.0 or 118. So, continuing on, only one competitor has jumped over 40 meters since the start of this event, and he is still your leader right now with 41.1 meters, Cristobal Miranda. Taking on the challenge to see if he can get somewhere close, if not over that distance. This is No Osorio. 36 meters on jump number 1, and I suspect that one is going to be a skosh further. Setting up the boat with letter M and 51 kilometers an hour. I suspect that one is going to be a little bit further. The question is how much further. Getting some signals from the coaches along the shore side. Look at that, good speed, a decent lift, a good flight in there. Still waiting on the distance. They're taking their time with these to make sure they're absolutely 100% accurate and a true reflection of the skiers' efforts. Still a little bit back off the ramp there, losing a bit of distance by not fully engaging with the pull of the boat, just trying their best to kick back in resistance rather than in true lift. Still waiting on that distance on jump number 2. Could it be one of the better jump distances that we've seen? Or could it be potentially a re-jump going forwards? But we'll have to wait and see. In spite of all of that, we proceed on with jump number 3. No Osorio from Colombia. Looking good, looking good with the edge, and just really using his legs as pistons out there to try and get as much as he can off the jump. He might have gone a little bit more on jump number 3 compared to jump number 2. We don't even know what the distance is on jump number 2, much less knowing what the jump distance was on 3. I can tell you the distance on jump number 2, it's 39.5. 39.5, which represents a new personal best for him. For No Osorio, 39.5 meters. They are going absolutely nuts with the distances that they're jumping right now. PB after PB. And that jump distance coming through, it is exactly the same jump distance. It is 150 feet. or 39.5, 39.5. So far as Cristobal Miranda is concerned, 2 skiers down, 5 more to go. Next skier to go, representing Australia, Dylan Wright. All right, so Dylan Wright. Representing Australia, let's see what his tail of the tape produces. His personal best jump is 37.2 meters. He did that in the international invitational Australian Under-17 World Selection Tournament over in Helidon in Australia. I don't know precisely where that is in relation to a lot of other places in that part of the world. But suffice to say, Dylan Wright prevailed enough to be selected for Team Oz. Let's see what he's got. Certainly has casts a very big figure over his jump skis and takes in a lot of speed. However, he does have quite a significant amount of weight over his left ski and unable to get much lift as he tries to re-establish his position over the skis as a result. So Dylan Wright, we await the jump distance. Again, a lot of positive energy from the shoreline from the Australian fans. I'd like to see that jump again, at least from the opposite side with the instant replay, because he lands rather unusually with the left arm on the handle, and he actually releases that right arm coming into land. There you see. Definitely proving that he doesn't have much pressure across his right arm coming into the jump. 35 meters or 115 feet. 35 meters or 115 feet or 35 meters. All right, here we go with Dylan Wright, second jump. There you go, a decent looking jump there, more speed, I would imagine more distance. So chasing down his personal best distance of around 37 meters and is within about 3 meters of that distinction. That's Dylan Wright getting set off the turn with the instant replay. And it almost looks like he's a little bit too early. He comes off the second wake, backs off his edge, and then has to go back down again to try and get more out of the jump than he originally anticipated for. Okay, so 35.3, an increase in jump distance. Here he comes. Getting all kinds of twisted off the top of the jump there. Coming in just as early as he did on the previous 2 attempts. It's almost like he's willing himself to try and get his skis a little further around, but unfortunately not getting much out of the jump as a result. 35.3 meters now. If that jump is that last jump is anything significantly further, it could be a new personal best for him as well. Coming across the wakes, getting twisted and almost slipping out entirely there with the right ski coming off the right edges, coming off the top of the ramp. I'm good. All right, so we're waiting on that distance. There you see the slippage coming off the top of the jump, and that might actually result in a jump distance less than his original first 2. However, having said that, his last jump was 36.3, so that ends up being his best jump out of the 3. So now we're moving on to 2 individual skiers from the United States. We're going to see George Bolfer in a few minutes, but before him, it's going to be a skier from Minnesota. It is Giovanni Bloyer. All right, so continuing on with live and exclusive coverage of this, the 2026 IWWF World U17 Waterski World Championships at the Ahumada Waterski Club in the province of Cordoba. For those of you that are trying to locate us on a map, it's a case of, do you know the way to San Jose? Well, it's not San Jose, California. I can definitely clue you in on that one. But it's San Jose in the province of Cordoba in Argentina, where we're just a stone's throw away from that little farming municipality, and not too far away from Villa Dolores, which itself is about a 3-hour car journey from the main city of Cordoba in Argentina. And Cordoba, the province itself, 5th largest province in terms of geographic size, 2nd largest province in terms of population, and obviously the largest area so far as population and size is concerned is Buenos Aires, the nation's capital. All right, on the water is Giovanni Bloyer, coming to us from the land of 1,000 lakes. It is Minnesota, and Minnesota is going to be center stage for tournament water skiing, because in August they will be hosting the Good Waterski National Championships for the very, very first time, and look forward to seeing everyone there, possibly. And one of the feature competitors in that competition, looking to try and make an impression on home water, is this skier out on the water. It is Giovanni Bloia. All right, here we go now. Giovanni Bloia, first attempt. Good turn, good dig. A little early coming into the jump there, having to back off to actually make it on. But able to get as much as he can off that jump despite that. Coming to us from the United States, it is Giovanni Bloia. His personal best jump is 39.7 meters. He produced that at Stillwater Lakes in Palm Bay in Florida. Did that towards the end of October. We'll see the distance coming through any moment now. We look at the instant replay. Good, solid position. Good effort here. Ski is coming up a little bit high, but managing to control them enough to land. And it is 34.2, 34.2. So for those of you watching us from the United States, 34.2 meters is the equivalent of 112 feet. His personal best is somewhere in the range of 39 meters, but he would love to be able to send it over 40 meters. Even better still, if he can send it far enough over 40 meters to really pile the pressure on and to challenge Cristobal Miranda, who currently has the lead distance of 41.1 meters. Better looking edge, better push, better speed. Getting a nod and getting some advice from his coaches along dockside and as to what he needs to do next. Good solid edge, good push into the bottom of the jump. He should find that jump distance on the second attempt should yield a better distance. Still on 34.2 meters as his best jump at this point, but we await the distance. Yeah, definitely a lot more speed. That should put him in around about 36 or 37 meters. At least from this standpoint. So 37.4 meters, 37.4, a little over 120 feet, 37.4. All right, one more roll of the dice here, courtesy of Giovanni Bloia. Turns, sets, digs on hard, but a little bit early on that one, and will lose a bit of distance as a result of having to back off, because as much speed as he was able to generate off the turn, he came up to the ramp just a little bit too early, which resulted in him not getting much in the way of distance as he would have liked. But there we go. That is 37.4 on jump number 2. His personal best is 39 meters. He did that in Florida in last season. But he certainly has the goods. He certainly has the basic package of technical. All right, 38.1 meters. So far as Cristobal Miranda is concerned, 4 down, 3 to go. So we continue along our path. We have 2 skiers who are brothers. Second skier is a skier for the United States. The first of those skiers is an individual skier from the United States. It is going to be George Balfour. And when it comes to excel in a particular event, when it comes to jumping, it is definitely the Balfour's bag, as it were. Okay, so let's have a look at the tail of the tape here so far as George Balfour is concerned. So should Cristobal Miranda be at all worried? Yes, because the personal best of George Balfour is 43 meters. He produced that at the very same tournament that Giovanni Breuer produced his personal best of 39. George Balfour, on the other hand, jumped 43 meters exactly. And if he can jump something similar of that, then he'll take the lead. And we'll find out about his fate. A few more jumpers to go after him. Now, George Balfour not going for the full double cut here. He's going for the 3/4 thrust here. Let's see what he's got. 51K. Oh, and almost completely out the back. And it's just because of his experience and knowing exactly where he was in terms of his position off the top of the jump that he knew how to get out of that and still keep himself very much in the frame here. Let's have a look at this instant replay here. Comes off the turn, starting to rock back off the second wake and almost was unable to extend his legs underneath him to keep the pressure going and was just unable to get much out of that jump, if anything at all. So George Balfour has got 2 more attempts remaining. And while his personal best jump of 43 meters set last year may suggest that he's in a good spot so far as making it through to the jump final, it's ABCs. You gotta conjure up the kind of magic you need at any given time in order to get to where you want to be. George Balfour. There is the leaderboard. Still in pole position is Cristobal Miranda with 41.1. Bear in mind that was produced on a 5-foot-high ramp with a boat speed of 46 kilometers an hour. That's 28 miles an hour. These guys that you see here have selected a boat speed of 32 miles an hour, which is 2 clicks higher. Here comes George Balfour. Here he comes, turns away from the boat. A good sharp turn here. And he passes up on jump number 2. Oh, my word. This is high drama, folks. High drama indeed for George Balfour. He's in the water right now, and I'm sure that a million and one things are going through his mind right now as to how he gets himself out of this soup. The turn looked good. The pressure looked good, but as he started to go through the first wake, started to get rocked back, and the alarm bells rang, and the leg cut loose from the handle because he was fortunate enough to be able to get out of the situation on jump number one, a similar situation on jump number one. He knows that with his experience in this jump event that being able to get out of that situation twice in a row is probably highly unlikely, which is why he passed up on that jump and threw the handle away. But now it comes down to this. No score on jump number one, no score on jump number two. So far as the United States team is concerned, they're not overly affected by what they see with George Bolfer at the moment because he's a non-team skier. However, the United States contingent will certainly want to have the likes of George Bolfer in the boys' jump final if they can possibly manage it. But it's all going to come down to the third and last jump. No score on the first two. Let's see what he's got. Pressure of the situation on his shoulders. Can he conjure up something? Oh, a little bit of a truncated turn there off. Oh, my word. And he refuses on jump number three. Fall on jump number one. Refusal on the remaining two jumps. And there you see what it means. George Bolfer. We'll have a look at the instant replay on this jump in just a moment as we see George Bolfer come to terms with what has been a less than satisfying jump set. Off the turn, drives in, and unfortunately, as I mentioned before at the start of that turn, it was rather truncated and didn't look at all smooth, and might have even spiked the switch, which would have led to the situation that he had going into the basis of that jump. All right, so far as Cristobal is concerned, 5 down, 2 to go, and the first of those two competitors is a skier that represents the United States on the team. It is Bodie Bolfer. And there you see Bodie Bolfer passing by George Bolfer, who's along the shore side right now, and as much to say, are you okay? Are you all right? Probably not the best of questions to be asked at that time, but now that Bodie Bolfer's acknowledged his sadness out there, the time is now to get the job done. Bodie Bolfer, 3 jumps at his disposal. All right, so we see a few of the sport's greatest and finest, not only on so far as athletes, but also coaches. Saw Cole Grant there and a few others next to him. Here comes Bodie Bolfer. Here he comes, jump number 1. Good smooth turn, good drive off the second wake, up and over. Good flight. Is that enough to take the lead? So Bodie Bolfer, he has a personal best of 45.1 meters. Any guesses as to where he produced that jump? Yep, that's right, at the Stillwater Lakes in Central Florida for the fall tournament. So 45.1, that's his personal best. The jump that he's looking to exceed in order to put himself in a good position to maybe making it through to the jump final is 41.1 meters. Good flight, good distance, but how good is the distance? All right, we have a new leader with 42.4. Bodie Bolfer, 42.4. So, in terms of Bodie Bolfer, now the countdown starts with him. He's taken the lead, and he's now going to have to wait on the jump distance produced by Asher Dixon to ascertain whether he's made it through to the jump final or not, at least instantly. Bodie Bolfer jumping 139 feet or 42.4. Let's see what he's got. Good turn, good edge off the wake. A little early, but able to handle that effectively. No doubt he'll be a little bit miffed by that jump, but he still has a lead distance that could well be enough to send him through to the jump final. So looking at this jump once again, Bodie Bolfer, certainly quite aggressive up to a point. So we await the distance. 42.4 on jump number 1. All right, 40.6. Okay, so 40.6 on jump number 2, not quite as large as jump number 1, which I think is enough to put him in pole position right now. We'll know within about one more skier whether that jump of 42.4 is enough to send him through. He's going to have to wait patiently for that, and even Cristobal Miranda might have a chance of making it through to the final, but he's going to have to wait one competitor more before he finds out his true fate. Okay, Bodie Bolfer coming into the dock. Our final jumper at 1.50 meters is good enough to take the lead. He's going to have to wait one more skier to find out whether it's enough to make it through to the final. But a good, solid effort. He is the lead dog right now. And he is thrown down the distance that each of them has to exceed in order to make it through, possibly through to the next round of the competition. And not too sure why there was someone swimming behind the ramp there. And actually, there's a perfectly good reason for that. There is the need to actually raise the ramp there, and look at him go. He's already has about a 20-stroke advantage on that jumper as he comes into land. 40.9, 40.9. So now we're moving the ramp from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters. There is your current leaderboard. Bolfer in the lead, Bodie Bolfer with 42.4. Cristobal Miranda with 41.1, and you see the remaining skiers on that list. We're going to take a quick aside right now while we wait for that ramp to be raised, as we have continuing action of the 2026 IWWF World U17 Waterski Championships coming to you live from the province of Cordoba and here at the Ahumada Waterski Club. We'll be back right after this.
Masterline, made in the USA.
All right then, folks, our skier out on the water at this time. It is going to be Asher Dixon from Canada. All right. We have 3 more skiers to go in this series of boys 2, and then we'll have another 9 competitors in series 1. Here is the simple math. Because each of those 2 groups are total 12 skiers, the 3 in the series 2 and the 9 in series 1. And we take 12 skiers through to the next round of the competition. The simple gist of it is this. For Bodie Bolfer to make it through to the jump final, one of our remaining 12 competitors has to jump less than 42.4 meters. That is to be admitted immediately through to the boys' jumping final. However, the opportunity for Cristobal Miranda is not totally out the woods yet, because for him, 2 competitors out of the remaining 12 have got to post a distance of less than 41.1 meters for him to make it through to the next round of the competition. So here we go. This is Asher Dixon of Canada, hoping to make a little bit of history for himself out there on the jump lake. Here he comes. Good speed, good lift. But is that going to be enough to prevail? If he jumps over 42.4 meters on that jump or any of the remaining 2, then he will make it through to the next round. If not, Bodie Bolfer takes the first spot, the first available spot through to the boys' jump final. Little bit flat coming into the base of the jump there. All right, we await for the distance. $39.5 meters, 39.5. All right, so here we go. Boat turning round. The Malibu Response TXI with its 6.2 liter engine, the 6.2 Monsoon engine. Let's have a look and see what he has. Asher Dixon. Keeps a good tight line, brings it in. Good extension off the top and able to land, but I'm sure that's going to be very, very close to 40 meters. The question is, it's going to need to be in excess of 41.1 to at least give him a chance of making it through to the next round, and more than 42.4 to put him directly through to the next round of the competition. A lot of factors in play here. And what it all boils down to is one question: did he do enough? Little bit of slippage on the jump there. That could cost him in terms of distance. $39.4 meters. 39.4 meters. So 39.4 meters. It's looking decidedly dicey here for Asher Dixon of Canada. Speaking of Asher Dixon, what is his personal best? Is he capable of going over 40 meters? Well, in the past, his best jump has been 39.1, which means that even that first jump is enough for a personal best, but he needs to go further than that to really pile the pressure on the remaining skiers. Here he comes. This is Asher Dixon, and he passes up on jump number 3. And that therefore means that Bodie Bolfer advances through to the jump final. So, Asher Dixon refusing on jump number 3. His best jump was 39.5. That is a new personal best for him. But whether it's enough to keep him in the competition, we'll find out within about the next few jumpers. But as it stands right now, with 11 jumpers remaining, Bodie Bolfer is through to the jump final, with the boys' jump final as our first competitor, so congratulations to him. What it also means, therefore, is because Bodie Bolfer jumped at 1.50 meters, it would therefore mean that we would need to rehire the services of our swimmer that would allow the ramp to be raised quickly from 1.50 meters to 1.65 meters, so don't go anywhere. Jumper on the water from Australia, Jagger King. Okay, so here's the target. Anything more than 41.1 meters will secure him a spot through to the next round of the competition. Anything less, and Cristobal Miranda will take up the next spot. So, Jagger King. Making a turn there. Well before the timing buoys of the 2100, the 180 and 150 meter jump buoys. That's the 500, 600, and 700 foot cut buoys. He's going to take a conservative approach here with the first jump. 3/4 cut. Waiting on the boat to catch up, and here he comes. Jump number 1 for Jagger King. Oh, very, very close to the bottom right-hand corner, and able to get that jump off. Now, is it going to be long enough? It needs to be over 41.1 meters to book his spot through to the next round of the competition. Good pressure coming through the wakes and through to the surface of the jump, but not getting much by way of extension, rocking back as he came off the surface of the ramp. All right, so let's continue on, shall we? We've got Jagger King. And the distance comes through. The distance comes through as 38.8 meters. So, Jagger King, 38.8 meters. He needs about a 2.4 meter upward differential to supersede the big jump distance we saw earlier from Cristobal Miranda. Here he comes, jump number 2. Setting himself up well into the jump there, and good extension off the top. All right, so Jagger King again ready for jump number 3. We'll wait the distance here, and interestingly enough, looking at the stats that I have in front of me, you kind of ask yourself the question, is Jagar King capable of jumping the kind of distance that he needs to make it through to the final? The answer to that question is a very slender yes, because his personal best is 41.2 meters that he produced at the Malibu Boats, Australia, Stony Park Pick and Choose. So 40.6, he's getting closer, but not enough. Not enough. 40.6 would, however, would give him the next target distance for our remaining competitors to chase after if he does not exceed the 41.1 meter distance produced by Cristobal Miranda. So it's a battle against Australia versus Chile. Who will prevail? Could Jagar King take the spot through to the next round of the competition, or will Cristobal Miranda, the little pocket rocket himself, conjure up? Could he prevail? We'll find out in the next few seconds. Here comes Jagar King coming across the second wake. Up. Good extension. Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Jagar King coming back to the dock. He's now going to wait and see whether that jump is anywhere close to his previous personal best, which might be enough to send him through to the next round of the competition, or just straight up whether this jump on his third and last attempt is good enough to exceed 41.1 meters. He may already know the answer to that question without getting the official distance. Oh my word, 42 meters. We're just receiving the distance coming through. It's over 42 meters. $42.1. 42.1, which puts Jagar King in second spot right now. That gives him a berth through to the boys' jump final. And still that target is there. It is 41.1 meters by Cristobal Miranda. Skier on the water is Taj Reeves. He is from Australia. So the top three competitors right now as it stands. Bodie Bolfer in the lead with 42.4. He is a guaranteed participant in the boys' jump final. Jagar King with his massive personal best distance of 42.1. He is through to the jump final as well. The big question mark hangs over the head of Cristobal Miranda, who is sitting there precariously with 41.1 meters. Skier on the water representing Australia, jumping with letter O. And at 51K, this is Taj Reeves. Oh, and getting a little bit squirrely off the top of the jump there. That will not be anywhere close to the jump distance that he needs in order to advance. And another battle wages on between Australia and Chile. We'll be curious to find out what this jump distance is and whether he has enough in the bag. Getting out the back there and just able to bring those jump skis underneath his body mass. It's going to be over 30 meters. Indeed, it is 36.6. Actually, 30 meters exactly. So now, Taj Reeves, 36 meters. Needing something along the lines of about 5.2 meters in terms of improvement on top of that jump distance in order to make it through to the next round of the competition.
You can forget.
Here we go, Taj Reeves of Australia. So, coming in, his personal best is 42.6. Let's see what he's got here. Better setup, better turn, better all the way around, and able to ski that one out. So, producing a jump distance of 42.6 meters not too long ago in Australia in a pick and choose tournament. Actually, specifically in Western Australia. Taj Reeves, a native of the green and pleasant land that is Queensland. We await the distance. This is going to be all right, waiting on that distance. I believe it's over 40 meters, but not enough. It's 40.8 meters, 40.8 meters, so tantalizingly close. He needs 0.4 of a meter more now in order to unseat Cristobal Miranda, who is currently in third place right now. There are 9 skiers remaining on the list. Cristobal Miranda currently in third spot. Taj Reeves of Australia, effectively needing a personal best on jump number 3 to really assert himself here. Up and over. I think that one might be a little bit further. The question is, oh no, and the handle comes out of his hand. And as fate would have it, that would mean that Cristobal Miranda has made it through to the jump final. So Taj Reeves, decent looking third and last jump, came into land, got rocked back and just a little bit too much dragginess as he skied out. And there you go, it was that close. And that therefore means that a 13-year-old is through to the boys jumping final in the form of Cristobal Miranda. Your top 3. Your top 3 consist of Bodhi Bolfa with 42.4 meters. 42.1 in second place right now with Australia's Jagar King. And in third place, Cristobal Miranda, our third skier off the dock, skiing at 46 kilometers an hour for a jump speed. His jump distance of 41.1, enough to send him through to the next round of the competition. With 9 skiers to go, it is going to be an absolutely barn burner between now and the end of competitive action today. 9 more skiers to go. We have skiers from Ukraine, the United States, Great Britain, Greece. All that to come as we continue on with live and uninterrupted coverage of the 2026 IWWF World U17 Waterski Championships, coming to you live from the province of Cordoba at the Ahumada Waterski Club. We'll be back right after this.
En Banco Nación tenés una tarjeta con muchos beneficios. La pedís 100% online, fácil y rápido. Y después la disfrutas acá, acá, acá y también acá. Si querés beneficios, el Banco Nación está.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
Get ready, set, go. It's that time. Everybody kick it and go. On your mark. Get ready, set,
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Waterski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterskiResort.com.
All right there, returning to live and continuing action here at the IWWF World U17 Waterski Championships here at Ahumada Waterski Club in the province of Cordoba. And we're now on Series 1. 9 more competitors to go. We've already admitted 3 through to the next round of the competition in the form of Cristobal Miranda, Bodie Bolfer, and Jagar King. And anything over 40.6 meters will guarantee the next competitor a spot through to next round. Starting off with the likes of Ivan Zaletsov of Ukraine. Oh, I tell you what, he almost sank too far in that landing, but he managed to get it done. So target distance it is 40.6 meters. Ivan Zaletsov coming to us out of the Sentosa Waterski Club in Dnipro, Ukraine. We await the distance. This should be in the high 30s, may even be tantalizingly close to be 40.6. All right. If that indication is correct, it's 45.7 meters, and that is enough straight away to make it through to the next round of the competition. If that indeed is right, that is 45.7. Not only is it enough to make it through to the final, it's enough to take the lead, as if my recollection serves me well. Yes, indeed, it's 45.7, and it wasn't all that tidy of a jump there. So, the original mission, that is to qualify for the boys' jump final, has been completed. Let's see what he can do to push himself up the running order. We know at the very least that he will be fourth off the dock should that player... Oh, look at this! Good looking jump there, and that is going to be very, very close to the 50 meters. Oh no, and we'll never know because he falls and sinks into the water on the landing. That jump could have been very, very close to 50 meters, but we won't know any kind of official distance because he was not able to ride out that jump. So just to give you an idea of his capability, his personal best distance is 52.5 meters. He did that at the World Waterski Championships in Rocchetto in Italy in the latter portion of August of last season. Also competed in a number of other championships, the European Open Championships and the ENA Under-21 Championships as well. And also competed in the Youth Championships of Europe as well. So he competed in a whole swath of events last season. All right, here he comes. Ivan Zaletsov of Ukraine coming into the course, keeping a good tight line. Good sharp turn. piles in off the second wake into the jump there, but just not getting enough pull across his body and towards the left side to really affect too much distance on that one. However, his job is done. Ivan Zaletsov, 45.7. He'll be disappointed with the distance, but it will not be too disappointed with what it grants him, and that is a spot through to the boys jump final. Just getting a little bit slid out there, and actually came in with a lot quicker spin. Was actually in the area of the jump, maybe a little bit too soon for his liking. Unfortunately, that meant that the skis slid out from underneath him, and he couldn't maintain full positive contact with the ramp surface. The turn was good. The positioning was absolutely on fire here, and he came in just a little bit early and on his heels. But it is enough for 47.7 meters. 47.7 meters, that grants him the opportunity to jump in the boys jump final. Hoping to do likewise, a skier from the United States of America. This is Bennett Covington. All right, so in terms of the tail of the tape here for Bennett Covington, the question is he capable enough of making it through to the jump final where a distance of more than 40.6 meters is required? The answer to that question is a most definite yes. His personal best is 45 meters, did that at the Travers Cup not too long ago. Backed it up with a distance in that same tournament with 43.7. So he's definitely got the minerals. He's definitely got the capability to do it. The question is, can he do it here and now? Bennett Covington, who comes to us from San Marcos in Texas, which isn't too far away from the state's capital of Austin. Skis with a whole community of fellow athletes. And they're all watching their TVs. They're all watching their large screen TVs to find out and to watch and to keep an eye on Bennett Covington. See if that is enough to make it through. If it's anything more than 40.6, then it is job done. Then it's just a case of trying to use the opportunity afforded to him with the remaining two jumps to maybe climb up the order a little bit in terms of coming off the dock a little bit later down the order. And also, let's not forget that he's a contender in the overall competition as well. Bennett Covington. Good rise. We await the distance. All right, it's tantalizingly close. It's 39.8 meters. It's 131 feet. He needs just a skosh more than that. 0.8 of a meter he needs at least. So the target distance is 134 feet or 40.6 meters. He's about 3 foot behind that right now. Let's see what he's got. This is Bennett Covington. A little bit on the tail with the turn. Squares up towards the jump, getting better height, better distance. Does he land it? Yes, he does. Is this going to be enough? So Bennett Covington out on the water. Has a whole family of support behind him. His mum is here, his dad is here, even his uncle is here. Okay, folks, I won't prolong the torture anymore because it's 40.8 meters. It's enough. So 40.8 meters. He needed 133 feet. He got 134. So now he's gotten the mission. He's gotten the mission accomplished, as it were, and is now getting ready for the third and last jump. Certainly his preparation for this event could have gone a little bit better. In the practice before the familiarization, he actually went out the back and heard a good considerable amount of his back, and that kind of put him on the sidelines for at least a couple of days. But he's back, he's here with a vengeance, and bam, hits that jump there with good lift, and he exudes the confidence of a man who knows that he will be part of the boys jumping final. That is Bennett Covington with 40.6 meters or 134 feet. We know that much at least. So, jumped 40.8 meters on jump number 2. This jump could actually end up being a little bit further. All right. This is a huge jump distance for Bennett Covington. He has come back with 42.5 meters. 42.5 meters or 139 feet. All right, so now moving right along, jumper number 3 off the dock in Series 1. This is Great Britain's Charlie Fern. The target that he needs to exceed is 40.6 meters. That's still in existence. Anything over 40.6, and that jump belonging to Taj Reeves, that is his distance, his ultimate distance. Anything more than that, and he will book himself a spot through to the next round of the competition. So 42.5 meters, that last jump for Bennett Covington, currently booking himself a spot through to the jump final. Hoping to join him is Charlie Fern. Here he comes. Charlie Fern, opening attempt. Ah, look at this. Good ski spread off the top of the jump, getting maximum float there in mid-flight. Good skiing there from Charlie Fern. Charlie Fern's personal best is 45.9 meters. Certainly a distance he would love to produce out there, out in the water, to put himself in a position where he'll be a participant in the jump final. I even think with that first jump there, it's got to be more than 40 meters. How far over 40 meters is yet to be determined, but I kind of get a hint that Charlie Fern might have jumped himself into the final on the very first attempt. All right, and the distance comes through. It is enough. It is 43.9. 43.9. It's good enough. He advances. So 43.9 meters on the opening jump, and he has two attempts to in which to lob some distance on top of that. Leaderboard shows Ivan Zaletsov in the lead on 47.7, Bennett Covington on 42.5. His position in second has been superseded by that of Charlie Fern on 43.9. Let's see if he can ratchet it up a little bit. Turns, drives. Looking good, looking strong out there, Charlie Fern. So 43.9 on the opening jump would actually represent Charlie Fern's one of Charlie Fern's longest jumps. His personal best is 45.9. The jump distance coming through, it is 46.3. .3, that fairly and squarely puts him in second spot right now, ahead of Bennett Covington, who's been relegated to third, but he has still secured himself a spot through to the boys' jump final. So too is Charlie Fern on 46.3. It just gets better and better for him. Ivan Zaletsov still the king of the castle right now with 47.7 meters. We have 6 competitors remaining. Who will prevail? Charlie Fern, nice and wide, up on the 500 or 150 meters away from the jump. Let's see what he's got. Turns in, tries not to spike the zero off. Ah, look at this! Getting the height and the float all the way down the course. Wonderful stuff there. As the Union Jacks fly in the background, they'll welcome Charlie Fern back into the dock. His best jump distance so far is 46.3. We await the jump distance on the third and last salvo. So Charlie Fern. We await the distance. It should be made available very, very soon. All right, and Charlie Fern gets another 20 centimeters out of that jump. 46.5, 46.5. All right, ladies and gentlemen, our next competitor, our second one from Ukraine. This is Mikhail Chenko. All right, let's see a tail of the tape here. What is his personal best? I'll bring that distance up. It's 49.3 meters over at the European Open Championships. And as I recall, that competition was a real true jump fest. Even skiers that were jumping off the 5-foot ramp height at 58, 57 kilometers an hour were still producing jump distances that would have put them through to the final. I'm talking about the likes of Daniel Dobring. And if you are watching, sir, thank you for your support, and hope to see you again soon on our in the middle of our travels to Europe as TWBC continues on with its season. But I tell you what, as far as I recall, that competition at Steinrig Linz, the European Open Championships, it was a real coming out party for Mikhail Chenko. with 49.3 meters established as a new personal best there for him. Now, effectively then, he still needs to out-jump the 40.6 meter target that is necessary to make it through to the jump final. That should be the easy bit. Getting over 50 meters, that's a slightly taller order. Let's see if he can do one or the other, or even both at the same time. Here he comes, Mikhailovchenko. Oh, look at that. Good speed, good distance as he flies out. Wonderful skiing there from Mikhailovchenko. Getting a little bit of slippage there with the right ski as he hit the jump there. That might have cost him about a meter and a half in terms of distance. Mikhailovchenko. All right, first jump. 47.5, that's enough.
The score to beat now is 47.7 meters from Ivan 17.
So 47.5, that vaults Mikhailovchenko into second spot right now, just marginally behind his compatriot, also from Ukraine, Ivan Zaletsov. And I tell you what, don't sleep on these Ukrainians. They have come here meaning business. They could well prevail when it comes time to award medals in the team competition. They may not be large in number, but they have plenty of firepower. Here he comes, Mikhailovchenko. Oh, look at that! No slippage on the ramp this time. He connects and he really takes that good angle off the top of the jump into the landing. Fantastic skiing from Mikhailovchenko. Just waiting on that distance, 47.5 meters. Even had to avoid one or two aquatic birds in front of his turn. All right, we're getting the distance. If this is correct, it's the new lead distance. It is going to be 50.1 meters. 50.1, 164 feet. We have a new leader, but not from a new country because he has superseded the lead of his fellow compatriot Ivan Zaletsov. He is down in second place with 47.7, whilst Mikhailovchenko is in the lead with 164 feet or 50.1. All right, there, one last jump. Now it's not so much a case of qualification through to the boys' jumping final. It's now a case of putting yourself high enough on the running order to put some serious heat on the remaining skiers to come. There we go. That is Mikhailovchenko. Into the dock. Great skiing there from him, 50.1 meters on jump number 2, and that has the legs of being around about the same distance, if not a little bit further. Good turn, good acceleration all the way through. Just absolutely just pounds the jump there. And it is, what is it, 49.7? Indeed it is, 49.7 on its own. That would have been enough for the lead, but he'd already jumped 50.1, so good on him. Mikhailichenko takes the lead with 5 skiers to go. The first of those 5 comes to us from the United States. It is going to be Jacob Nelson. All right then, folks. What do we know about Jacob Nelson? We'll find out in just a moment. His personal best distance is a 47.3 meter jump. So he's definitely got enough range. He's definitely got enough firepower. So let's see what Jacob Nelson has in store for us. The first of our last 5 jumpers. Still that target distance, as if it really means that much now with the given how capable these remaining skiers are in terms of making it through to the final. It is still 40.6 meters. That is courtesy of Taj Reeves. But you just never know what could potentially happen. Here we go. Jacob Nelson turns in, drops in hard, coming off the turn. Bam! Look at that! That is a distance on the cusp of 50 meters, if not over that mark. There we go. Jacob Nelson of the United States. He may have just jumped his way through to the boys' jumping final off the very first attempt. Such great edge, such great speed. And just his stance off the jump is absolutely impeccable. He was able to take full advantage of the flight off the top and not expend any wasted energy either going out the side or to the back, or worse still, out the front. Seriously. But there you go. That is an example of clean air form right there, courtesy of Jacob Nelson. As we see Harley Costa there on the starting dock getting ready to go for Great Britain. The jump distance for Jacob Nelson should be revealed any second now. And it is 46.2. 46.2, that is enough. 46.2 or 152 feet. Here he comes. Oh, and he comes in with a lot of heat and almost clips the bottom right-hand corner, and that could have spelt disaster. Jacob Nelson on the ragged edge. Let's have a look at this from the rearward view coming across the wakes here. Yes, getting pulled over the front of the skis now. That may not look all that dramatic from the rearward shot, but this next shot coming up with the instant replay should give you an up close and personal look of what it is to hit the jump, be almost totally out of control and just managing to pull it back. Both tips heading downwards. Should thank his lucky stars that he was able to ski away from that. And that was 40.1 meters, incidentally, 40.1 meters. For 0.1 or 132 feet. All right, here we go now. This is Jacob Nelson. Keeping the line tight. Letter M, 51K, turns in, drives in hard here. Better control of the skis coming off the top of the ramp. And that might end up being his best jump out of the three. Looking to try and exceed 46.2 is his best jump. And needing a jump of over 50 meters, indeed, to take the lead away from Mikhailichenko, who has the pole position right now at 50.4, ahead of his compatriot from Ukraine, 47.7. All right, as Jacob Nelson clears himself from the area, we now introduce to you our next skier from Great Britain. It's going to be Harley Costa. Incidentally, 46.3 meters is the last jump distance there for Jacob Nelson. Now we turn our attention to the last 12 jumps. 3 each for our remaining 4 competitors, starting with Harley Costa. All right, and as Harley Costa goes out onto the water, we see the legend, the man that has come to redefine a water ski jumping for over a generation. That is Freddie the Nightmare Kruger. He's on dockside, but he won't be participating. Oh no, he will be in full assistant mode to his son, Dash Kruger, who will be jumping in about 3 competitors from now. But let's have a look and see what Harley Costa can do. And he should have enough out of that first jump in order to make it through to the next round of the competition. Anything more than 40.6, the jump registered as the best distance from Taj Reeves. So great skiing there from Harley Costa. We await the distance. It should be enough. Needing more than 40.6, and this jump has all of the makings of a distance well in excess of that distance. Okay, it is 43.3 meters. 43.3 or 142 feet. 43.3. Put an asterisk against his name. He is through to the next round of the competition. Looks like a little bit of rain is starting to peter in. We were hoping that it would hold off long enough for us to complete the event. But it looks like Mother Nature might have something to say about that. But in the meantime, here comes Harley Costa. Here he comes. Harley Costa up. That jump should be a little bit longer. 43.3 meters on the opener. And that one, I think, is going to be closer to about 45, 46 meters. So Harley Costa holding that left ski up across the second wake through to the transition to that 1.65 meter high ramp. All right, I'm here in the distance. It is 46.5. 153 feet, good enough again to make it through. Now Harley Costa currently in 5th spot right now. Actually might have vaulted up a little bit because that jump of 46.5 is exactly the best jump distance produced by Charlie Fern. So 46.5. Let's see if he has anything left in the tank to produce something in excess of 46.5. This is the third and last jump for Harley Costa. Oh yes, good edge, good drive across the jump, and he is absolutely over the moon with that jump. All right, so Harley Costa. Almost getting my British skier names mixed up for some reason, but it is what it is, I suppose. Harley Costa. So 48.9 meters I'm hearing, 48.9. Coming through very, very soon. So 48.9 meters is officially the longest jump there for Harley Costa, giving him a total of 160 feet. No, our next competitor, we're 3 away from the end of this today's action. We'll see Brett Ellis and Dash Kruger coming up in the next few moments, but before them it's Ioannis Kosaftanos from Greece. And I don't know whether you can see this on our pictures over here, but it seems like that bottom end of the lake, there seems to be a rain cloud that's opened up. It hasn't quite reached us here at base station, but we're keeping an eye on the weather situation and see if it complicates matters for Ioannis Kosaftanos. All right, here we go. Ioannis Kosaftanos of Greece, selecting letter X. Maximum speed for the juniors, which is 51 kilometers an hour. And turning just before the 180-meter buoy as we track him along Olympic style. Here we go. This is Ioannis Kosaftanos. Oh, and passing up on jump number 1. On its own and being on jump number 1, not too much cause for concern just yet. But if the situation does not improve within about the next jump or so, then things could complicate really, really hard in a hurry. So pass on jump number 1. Well, thank you once again for joining us here at the Ahumada Waterski Club, the site of the 2026 IWWF World Under-17 Waterski Championships, coming to you live from the province of Cordoba. As we look down the starting dock and we see a legend offering his advice to maybe a future legend, Freddy Krueger, onto Dash Kruger. And Dash Kruger will be our final skier to leave the dock for today's action. All right, so here we go. This is Ioannis Kosaftanos. Okay, so that target of 40.6 meters still looms large. But now the urgency to overhaul that target becomes ever more apparent. Here he comes. That's a turn on jump. Oh, and almost tripping up over his left ski as he comes off the second wake into the jump, managing to hold enough of it together to be able to fly off the ramp. That is Ioannis Kosaftanos of Greece. All right, so Ioannis Kosaftanos. Pass on jump number 1. Takes jump number 2, although not in the safest way possible. 49.5 meters, however, he was able to recover enough of that jump to immediately vault him through to the jump final. But does he have anything left to overhaul the lead jump distance, which is currently held by Mikhailichenko? So there we see Brett Ellis. He too, part of the next generation. Son of Scott the Rocket Man Ellis, and I'll regale you with all of that information as we go on to our next competitor. But in the meantime, this is Ioannis Kosaftanos. Tight lines this turn. Ah, nice. That's better. That's closer to 50 meters if he can ride it out. Gets it to go. Already jumped through to the finals on the strength of his second jump. So great jump in there for Ioannis Kosathanos. Wow. Okay, so 51.4 meters appears to be called. 51.4 meters, and it would appear that it's a personal best as well. For 169 feet, that's Ioannis Kosathanos. So not exactly the most auspicious of starts, but he manages to end it well. Ends it extremely well with 51.4 meters. He's taken the lead with that distance. In the meantime, we have got Brett Ellis coming to us out of Central Florida, from Lakeland specifically, even more specifically, Lake Tennessee. So there we go. There is our leaderboard. It's now been reset with the new leader of 51.4 meters. That is Ioannis Kosathanos. Now ahead of Mikhailichenko, who himself is ahead of Harley Costa, and Ivan Zaletsov ahead of Charlie Fern, Jacob Nelson, and Bennett Covington. All right, so first things first. Target distance, 40.6 meters. Representative of Team USA, this is Brett Ellis. Now setting himself up wide, looking good. Leaving that right ski on the jump a little bit as he came off the top, but managing to hold enough of it together to land and ride it out. And that should be enough. I'm confident enough to speculate that he is another skier worthy of the asterisk next to his name to signify that he's made it through to the boys' jump final. Wow, it's 52.9 meters. It's 52.9 meters coming through the distance, 52.9. So 52.9 is enough for the lead. It is 174 feet. And now he can relax in the knowledge that he's jumped enough to make it through to the final, as he could have probably have done that in his sleep anyway. So for 174 feet, 52.9 meters, let's see what he's got left by way of an encore effort with the remaining two jumps. Pulled out a little bit early and kind of having to regain a little bit of speed prior to his turn. Here he comes. This now is Brett Ellis. And that jump should be in excess of 50 meters as well. The question is anything close to the first one. So now we'll take a look at the instant replay for Brett Ellis right about now. Here's our reverse angle. Good drive off the turn, maintaining good upper body posture. And that's a good portion of the reason why he's able to get such a great extension off the top of the jump. Good, solid turn. And not much out of that jump any more than what he did on the previous jump. 48.5, 48.5. Or 159 feet, but he's already done enough damage to where he's made it through to the jump final, as we see Dash Kruger in his first appearance at the IWWF World Junior Championships, and will be looking to put down a marker for the others to chase in the jump final. Already with a spot through to the jump final and already in the lead is Brett Ellis with 52.9 meters on the opening jump. Can he follow up with a brilliant distance here? There you go. Look at that. Pushing in for every little bit of distance that he can muster, whether it be in inches, whether it be in centimeters. It doesn't matter. Brett Ellis skis into the dock. Wonderful effort there. And we'll find out if that last jump distance is anywhere over 52.9. Okay, and as Dash Kruger makes his way off the dock in just a moment, pleased to tell you that 50.2 meters or 165 feet was the last jump distance from Brett Ellis, but he's already made an impact and he is through to a jump final. Moreover, he currently has the lead, and the target distance for Dash Kruger to try and go out there and exceed in order to take the pole position going into the last event of these championships, which will take place on Sunday. It will be the boys' jump final. So here we go. We got Dash Kruger here. And for what I understand, that first jump from Brett Ellis turns out to be a personal best jump, 52.9 meters. That's the kind of air that we're experiencing here, right here at the Ahumada Waterski Club here in Cordoba province, in the middle of Argentina, as Dash Kruger takes it. Should be enough for him to make it through, but not quite enough to do some serious damage along the running order for the boys' jump final. And under the assumption that he's done enough to make it through, let me tell you that your finalists would be in no particular order: Dash Kruger, Brett Ellis, Ionis Kotsafanos, Harley Costa, Jacob Nelson, Mikolauchenko, Charlie Fern, Bennett Covington, Ivan Zaletsov, Jagger King, Bodie Bolfer, and the surprise out of the bunch, Cristobal Miranda. All right, opening jump 47 meters. Opening jump 47 meters. So that's enough. That confirms what I've just read out so far as the competitors going through to the jump final. Here we go. Now, this is Dash Kruger. First jump, 47 meters. His personal best jump distance is a 51.4 meters. And that was last season in October. Let's see if he's picked up some distance since then with the second jump of 3. Oh, a little bit wayward coming off the jump as the sun starts to poke through one last time here at this Ahumada Waterski Club facility in the northern part of Argentina, then towards the north and the west, in a province that is the 5th largest in terms of land area and the 2nd largest in terms of population. Certainly a bright spot for Argentina, as we see Dash Kruger land and ride that one out. I doubt whether that jump is going to be anywhere close to 47 meters, much less the 52.9 that Brett Ellis produced for the lead distance. So it is a jump distance of 45.7, 45.7 as we take one last look at Brett Ellis. I think he's going to be pretty confident that he's done enough to take pole position through to the boys' jump final, which will take place on Sunday. Schedule subject to change, of course, in accordance to the weather, and the main reason why we've added the boys' jump event in its entirety today is because of the weather. We're anticipating a little bit of inclement weather coming through a little bit later on today. So we wanted to make sure that we got the entirety of an event out the way so we don't have to worry so much. Here we go, up and over. Oh, big speed, but just not full-on clean connection there. Dash Kruger makes his way to the shore. Certainly comes in with a lot of heat, and the control was lacking there towards the end, but it's enough. It's enough. It might even be further than 47.5. And this is significant because it will determine how high up he features on the running order. Right now, Ellis, Kosathanos, Mikalauchenko, Costa, Ivan Zaletsov will be after Dash Kruger on the running order in the boys' jump final if nothing else changes between now and then. All right, we're pushing a distance. It is 48.4 meters, 48.4 meters, and 48.4 meters doesn't do much for Dash Kruger in terms of moving him up the running order, but he is fairly and squarely through to the boys' jump final, and anything can happen, as I'm sure that you are very well aware. So, as we round off today's action, Brett Ellis is your number one jumper going into the boys' jumping final ahead of Ianis Kosathanos, Mikalauchenko from Ukraine in third, Harley Costa of Great Britain in fourth, Dash Kruger in fifth, Ivan Zaletsov in sixth, Charlie Fern in seventh, Jacob Nelson, faux pas there, my apologies. In ninth spot, Bennett Covington. In 10th spot, Bodie Bolfer. In 11th spot, Jagger King, and our final competitor to make it through to the jump final with 41.1 meters is the youngster, Cristobal Miranda. So that concludes our action for the day. Thanks a lot for tuning in. My name is Tony Lyford. Glad to have you on board. It's going to be an 8 o'clock start tomorrow. We've got a number of great events. We're going to start with girls Series 3 Slalom, followed by Series 2, and then on to Series 1. Then we go into boys Series 4, 3, 2, and 1. And then we'll go on. Then we got Series 2 girls jumps and Series 1 girls jumps. So thanks a lot for tuning in. Be sure to catch the associated broadcasts with this effort here. The TWBC podcast is ready for you to listen as well. But on behalf of the entire crew here, which consists of Kelvin Kelm, the Scholl brothers of Jason and Jeremy, Tommy from Argentina, along with myself and Vincent Stadelbauer. Until next time, until tomorrow morning, it is ciao for now.
Come play with me. I'm feeling free. I came to party. Come play with me. I'm feeling naughty. And talk is cheap. I came to party, so come play with me. Come play with me.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
As the broker of Dayland Real Estate and a professional water skier, I understand what clients are looking for in their dream water ski home. Our company is dedicated to helping you and your family invest in your future together in Florida. If it's time to move on to your next adventure, let us help you find the perfect match for your home. Our team offers service in English, French, Spanish, and German. Whenever you are ready, just give us a call. We will be suited up and ready to assist. Dayland Real Estate, where expertise meets passion.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel, wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.